Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the International Regulatory Conference 2024 titled Bridging the Gap, Entering the New Era. We hope this event will open new horizons for you in understanding and developing the field we are all dedicated to electronic communications. This conference is organized by the Agency for Electronic Communications of the Republic of North Macedonia. I invite you to join us on a brief journey to introduce this institution.
The Agency for Electronic Communications was established in 2005 as an independent regulatory body for regulating electronic communications in the Republic of Macedonia, and it is the successor of the Telecommunications Directorate, which was an institution within the Ministry of Transport and Communications. As an independent regulatory body, the Agency for Electronic Communications is governed by a director who is elected by the Commission of the agency with a mandate of 5 years. Mr. Jeton Akiku is the current director of the Agency for Electronic Communications. Nowadays, the Agency for Electronic Communications has around 150 employees deployed in 13 sectors and 3 monitoring centers in Skopje, Bitola, and Štip. In accordance with the law on electronic communications, the Agency for Electronic Communications is obliged for successful management of the spectrum. The radio frequency spectrum is a significant natural resource, which, in all countries, is used exclusively in accordance with active and positive regulation. For efficient and effective management of the radio frequencies, the full responsibility in the AEC is given to the Radio Communications Department. For that purpose, the AEC possesses a spectrum management system. This software is used for different calculations, such as calculating the real coverage of the transmitters of different services, for issuing radio frequencies licenses, for coordination of the radio frequencies with regulatory bodies of neighboring and other countries. The Control and Monitoring of Radio Frequencies Department within the AEC is obliged to control the radio frequency spectrum across the entire territory of Macedonia. The ability of each country to control spectrum usage largely depends on the technical capabilities of the implemented monitoring system. The Macedonian Spectrum Monitoring System consists of 3 control and monitoring centers in Skopje, Bitola, and Štip, 8 remotely controlled fixed stations, 75 sensor stations, 4 mobile stations, portable stations, 2 specially equipped vehicles for measuring the quality of service of mobile networks. Besides controlling legal emissions, the spectrum monitoring system has the task to identify illegal emissions, as well as to detect interferences and to locate their sources. The control of the use of the radio frequency spectrum and the action to protect against interference is carried out by experts in accordance with standards, technical instructions, and regulations. The experts perform the measurements manually or automatically with calibrated measuring equipment. Irregularities and harmful interferences that threaten the work of priority users, national protective security authorities, and emergency intervention authorities, as well as aeronautical and radio navigation services, are resolved immediately in order of priority. With the help of a goniometer and geolocating system of radio signal using the angle of arrival, time difference of arrival, and hybrid geolocating methods, it is possible to localize a smaller zone in which the source of the interference is located with a precision of up to a few tens of meters. Furthermore, with the equipment owned by the AEC, the source of the interference can be precisely located in the field on site. Besides this, the AEC also possesses a system for measuring the quality of services provided by the operators of public electronic radio communications networks. The measurements data from the terrain are provided by 2 specially equipped vehicles through drive test. The data from the terrain is sent to a central server where it is analyzed with appropriate software. and appropriate reports are prepared, which are published on the AEC website. When a measuring campaign is carried out, a network performance score will be made, so the end users have insight into the quality of networks/services at each point of Macedonia. To protect the citizens of Macedonia, the AEC also provides measurements of non-ionizing radiation, which originated from transmitters of each service. When the measuring procedure is done, the report is prepared and delivered to the requester. The measuring procedure, which is used by the AEC, implements the norms of the International Committee for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection and acts in accordance with the law.
I am pleased to introduce Mr. Jeton Akiku, Director of the Agency for Electronic Communications, who will deliver his welcome speech. Following Mr. Akiku, we will hear from Mr. Jaroslaw Ponder, representative of the International Telecommunication Union, and Mr. Tonko Obuljan, BEREC Chair for 2024 and Director of HAKOM, who will also provide their welcome speeches.
Distinguished Head of the ITU Office for Europe at the ITU, Mr. Jaroslaw Ponder, distinguished BEREC Chair for 2024, Mr. Tonko Obuljan, distinguished representative of the regional and European regulatory bodies, distinguished participants and guests. It's a great honor in name of my name and the name of Commission of AEC and the employees of AEC to welcome you to the International Regulatory Conference of AEC in 2024 here in Ohrid. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to take a speech in front of you and open this International Regulatory Conference dedicated to spectrum management, broadband and regulatory issues, and cybersecurity. This event, of course, is an opportunity to conduct a high-level dialogue between all interested parties on developing infrastructure and services for sustainable ecosystem in general. The composition of the participants on this event provides an excellent opportunity to enhance cooperation in the direction of integration of the entire region into the pan-European digital market and, of course, the development of the regional economic space. All this implies improvement of the condition for the development overall and especially the development of electronic communications infrastructure. As a director of the independent regulatory body in the field of electronic communication, being in charge to create strategies and policies aimed at further developing, especially for the broadband internet access, as well as the challenges and opportunities offered by high-speed networks, and all supported by regulatory activities that need to be flexible and cooperative. One of the main and maybe the most important goal is to fulfill the needs and expectations of all citizens in North Macedonia, to provide them access to super-fast internet for an appropriate price for the quality of the service that is being offered. The employees of the Agency of Electronic Communication work very dedicated on the duties to continuously improve broadband internet access. The National Operational Broadband Plan is a strategic document for the development of electronic communication that is fully harmonized with EU policies. This document clearly shows that, in line with strategic goal of the Digital Agenda for Europe initiative of the European Union, as a roof strategy for the development of the information society from 2010 and towards strategy of the European Gigabit Society for 2025. In that direction, we are every day in cooperation with the Macedonian broadband to fulfill the national operational broadband plan on all the territory of the country. Furthermore, we, as a regulatory body in the field of electronic communications, in 2022 issued 5G licenses on 700 MHz and 3.6 GHz bands, and the Macedonian operators implemented requirements for covering with 5G signal. According to our last measurements campaign, I can proudly say that the Macedonian operators offer services with data speed of more than 1 gigabit per second through their 5G networks and approximately an average of 300 megabit per second regardless of technology. That undoubtedly shows that our regulatory measures are respected by and implemented by the operators. I have no doubt that full implementation of 5G will increase the internet demand and of course will increase further digitalization as a process that never ends. The implementation of 5G will ensure the construction of national system for wireless connection that will focus on significantly enhancing the quality of the user experience, not only in terms of increased speeds, reliability, and reduced communication delays, but also significant expanding the range of services offered and improving the overall quality of life. The main benefits, they are transcending the boundaries of traditional electronic communication, lie in the evolution of emerging business models and different types of clients and partnerships. With the implementation of 5G architecture, operators directly support vertical industries and contribute to the mobilization and faster digitalization. At the end, with implementation of 5G, the operators work hardly on constructing the next generation networks, which especially refers to the construction and development of the optical network. Finally, we as people from the telco sector definitely can help to each area of the society for further progress. To all participants, I wish you a very successful and fruitful work during today and tomorrow's discussion. Thank you once more for being here.
Mr. Director, Director of BEREC, Chair of BEREC, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure to be with you. This is really a celebration of already tradition which the North Macedonia set up several years ago, making this beautiful city as the place where we are speaking about the regulation, about the impact of the regulation, about this what matters for the sustainable growth. And this is something what is very close to our heart as the International Telecommunication Union. We are calling ourselves as the UN agency for digital because we are accompanying this sector since the beginning. And when the first regulatory authorities were established, we were there to co-create and to also advise the others how to establish regulatory authorities, independent regulatory authorities, which we see these days across the whole Europe in other parts of the world. And this is makes us very beautiful platform for cooperation, exchanges of the different experiences. There is no doubt Europe is very much advanced. There is a lot of lessons which we learned over the years. In terms of the harmonization, we are unique, and we have to be very proud of this, what has been done with the efforts of all nations and of all administrations. Talking about this, what brings us today, and the theme of this conference. These are the divides which unfortunately we're dealing at the ITU, and you equally on the daily basis. We are experiencing the divides. First, the connectivity divide. We are still having 2.6 billion people unconnected, and this divide is also visible in some of the parts of Europe, not all. But we are facing the new divides which are rising, which are making us a little bit worried that connectivity should be used as the tool for which is used meaningfully. And this is the reason we have launched a special framework to advocate for not only rolling out the infrastructure, making sure that the infrastructure is there, but it's used appropriately by all citizens. Of course, infrastructure being used in the safe way, also being accessible to all, also being, of course, affordable to all. And this is the concern of many of you who are on the daily basis are struggling with the innovation and interplay between the regulation, intervention, and the innovation dynamics driven by the private sector. Having said that, we're very much looking forward to this year a Global Symposium of Regulators, and we are very happy that this event is happening prior to this global platform, which will bring all regulators from all over the world to talk about the impact, and the impact of the regulation, the impact of the policies. As we know, we have done some time ago the study on the impact of the digitalization policies and the regulation versus the economic impact. In Europe, we are really rocking, if I can say so. 1.7% of the relationship between the both. So we can very much be proud of this, what we are doing, how we are contributing to the economic growth. And this is something what we want to investigate more in this global meeting, and we encourage all of those who have not done so to contribute to the development of the guidelines, which is the main outcome of the Global Symposium of Regulators, being the reference point for this, what is happening across the world, and for those who are looking for the good practices and to get inspiration. Of course, the regulatory work is something what drives not only the connectivity, but also there are other dimensions which are steering the innovation, which is very close to our heart, making sure that we are also inspiring the whole ecosystem, private ecosystem, not only big players, but also small, medium enterprises, to make sure that they are taking having the courage to invest, to use the new financial mechanisms to invest and to make this digital ecosystem even much more vibrant. And here we are coming to a lot of question marks which are touching upon the regulatory aspects. Of course, the technological innovation is driving all of us. We are experiencing AI. Today we are welcomed by the MC, being the robot. We are very much pleased to have these innovations, but of course this is also a source of the concerns, ethical concerns, but on the other hand also the question, are we going to be a consumer or are we going to be a producer? And these questions have to be answered by the countries as soon as possible. This is the reason why also we are gathering the whole ecosystem in Geneva in 2 weeks' time, and for the first time ever introducing the Governance Day, where all head of regulators, as well as the policymakers, are invited to brainstorm about the way forward for the governance. We are not starting from scratch. There are a lot of already components and advancements. All of us, we are familiar with the UNESCO guidelines on the ethics. All of us, we are engaged in one way or the other as the European countries in the work done on the convention at the Council of Europe. But of course, the world is much larger. Dynamics is vast, and this has to be embraced in the way that this innovation, which is driving our inspirations for the digital future, is not blocked, but is at a certain moment also managed. And this is the reason why your voice, your participation, your concerns, or also your hopes for the better future are expressed and are part of this conversation. Talking about the innovation, of course, and talking about all this, what we are experiencing every day, we should not forget about our lovely Earth. And this brings us to the sustainability component, which very often is seen still as the silo. We have to do something on sustainability. Oh, let's do something. It has to be cross activity. And this is the reason why also last year we have launched on the occasion of the COP a special Green Digital Action, combining the efforts and advocacy of the private sector, governments and the others, to take a look how those discussions which are debating the future of the climate change are also incorporating some deliberation and concerns related to the ICT. There's no doubt ICT is contributor to the gas emissions, 1.7%. The data can vary sometimes, but the fact is that we are contributing in one way as the users, as the producers, as the industry, which currently is even not obliged to report, to take a look at this. It's only handled at the CSR level, which currently requires considerations of the countries to see how to manage this and how to embed this green component into the way how the products are designed, how the value chains are designed, taking into account the green component. There is still a long time to go, but taking a look at this, what we are experiencing on the daily basis with the floods, earthquakes, and all natural disasters, I think that urgency is felt and requires also our action in this field, action at the country level, action at the international level, to using the platforms such as the ITU to make the voice about the importance of the digital sector heard. Of course, the natural disasters is something what we are experiencing also in this region, and we are very much saddened with several notifications about the earthquakes, about some fires coming, which also puts on us obligation of putting on our agenda accelerated efforts towards the establishment of the early warning systems, establishment of the cell broadcast systems, which are in the hands of the all regulators community. We are very proud of the guidelines of the BEREC, which were issued, which are inspiring many countries across the world in advancing in this field. We are encouraging also a lot of countries to make the rapid steps to make sure that the cell broadcasting or the other messaging notification systems are put in place as soon as possible, because we see from the statistics that those occurrences are coming much more often than before. So dear ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you all in the Global Symposium for Regulators. This is our celebration of all community from all over the world, Uganda, and the first week of July. A long flight, but it's worth doing because the community will be waiting for you. Just closing, of course, we are very much grateful from our side, from the side of the all operations which we are doing at the regional level for great collaboration. Without you, we would not be able to advance with the discussion and shaping the also perception about this, what is happening in our region, inspiring the others. So thanks a lot to the all regulators, thanks a lot to the BEREC, EPREC, EMREC, many others. I will not point all of them. But first of all, thanks to our host who made this platform also happen, and we hope to continue in the future. So thank you very much, and all the best.
Good morning, dear Zeton, dear Yaroslav, dear speakers, dear participants, everyone, media representatives. Oh, thanks. I don't think I'll need it, but fine. Well, 40 years have passed since I've been here in Ohrid last time. And I guess you can all guess that it was not for the conference. I was a high school student there and I had some other priorities. But certainly I hope that I will not wait for another 40 years to come back here. I'm happy to be here today as a BEREC chair, and BEREC is, as you all know, the body of European regulators for electronic communications, which aims to foster and promote high-quality, independent regulation of the digital markets. And as we say, it's for the benefit of the Europe and the benefit of its citizens. Our main objectives are based on our strategy 21 to 25, which will be replaced by the new one, hopefully next year. And those are promoting full connectivity, supporting sustainable and open digital markets, and empowering end users. Of course, these priorities are also aligned with the objectives of the Electronic Communications Code of Europe. Well, the title of the conference actually fits perfectly to what we are currently exploring within BEREC. And these areas we are going to discuss today are critical areas which shape our digital future and also enable the further development of our electronic communications sector. The discussions on spectrum management and monitoring are fundamental to ensuring efficient and innovative use of radio frequencies. And as BEREC, we emphasize the need for technology-driven solutions, robust quality of service measurements, and effective infrastructure sharing to optimize the spectrum usage. Cybersecurity is, of course, also a very hot topic, and BEREC recognizes that, and we believe that there's imperative of European and regional cooperation, raising awareness and establishing resilient security strategies. The aim of BEREC is to ensure the security of critical infrastructure and also to fight against the cyber threats effectively. I believe you are all aware here that the European Commission recently published the white paper on how to master Europe's digital infrastructure needs. And this paper covers several topics, ranging from industrial policy tools to promote a digital ecosystem, to demand-side needs and specific regulatory issues concerning very high capacity fixed and mobile networks. Well, as BEREC, we support some of these initiatives, like in particular the call for a commitment of all digital ecosystem players to minimize their environmental footprint. So sustainability is extremely important for us. We also support the promotion of migration to fiber and therefore copper switch off, and possible extension of the framework to other digital players, but only if really necessary. However, we also believe that any possible changes of the framework should bear in mind the positive effect of competition in Europe. We think that there is still need for ex-ante regulation, at least in some countries or in some particular regions or local areas in different countries. We also think that the document is not really focused on end users' needs, and that has to be addressed, although the benefit of the citizens, well, just like in my speech, is mentioned several times in the document. BEREC will prepare our contribution, and we hope our members without voting right, many of whom are here today, will also participate in that. But I just wanted to say that BEREC champions fair competition infrastructure development, and user protection. So to close, because I guess we are a little bit ahead of, behind the schedule, I encourage all of you to engage in today's sessions, also to exchange your ideas during coffee breaks, because coffee breaks are a great place to exchange the ideas and to collaborate all together to drive forward this vision of a connected and secure digital ecosystem. So together, let's bridge the gap and let's enter together in this new era of electronic communications. Thank you.
Please enjoy a brief coffee break now. We will reconvene in 15 minutes to continue our discussions. Thank you.
why am I this way? You know, you need a kick in the ass once in a while. And lately, you really needed it. And I worry. I need it. I worry about you. Maybe it's all a goof, and you're just goofing when you're acting this way to yourself.
Welcome back. The first session of our event is dedicated to spectrum management and monitoring. Please welcome Mr. Jonseg Grozdanovsky from the Agency for Electronic Communications, who will be discussing mobile networks performance score. His insights are crucial for understanding network dynamics.
Dear guests, dear participants, hello to everybody. We continue with the technical part of the presentation and mobile network performance score. We live in a time where the innovations of rapid development of technology innovations. One of the latest innovations that it's part of our life is definitely artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence will be part of this presentation. I don't know, actually, I don't know how it will be. The artificial, maybe we have a problem during the presentation, but I will try. If something goes wrong, then we go back to normal presentation. So now I would like to introduce the avatar Jane. Jane, hello. Jane? Jane, hello? Can you hear me? Jane? Jane, hello? It seems we have a problem at the beginning. Maybe it is network connection. Would you like to check the network connection?
Bonjour à tous.
Oh.
Je suis particulièrement ravie d'être ici aujourd'hui avec vous tous et d'avoir l'occasion de discuter de certains sujets.
Oh, great, Jane, that you're here with us, but we didn't understand you. This is international conference and we'd prefer English. Would you?
Oh, I am really sorry. My apologies for that. Hello to everybody. I am very glad to be here with all of you.
Okay, nice, much better. So now we can...
Well, according...
No, we have a problem with that. Okay, never mind. We are going to the next slide. The analysis based in this presentation will be based on drive test measurement, and the measurement campaign we performed the measurement campaign from 26th of October 2023 and finished 29th of April 2024. We have driven more than 5,000 kilometers. And we used two types of sample for analysis. This is the voice calls and data test. The total amount of voice calls during the campaign was more than 12,000 for both operators, and the total amount of data test is more than 88,000 for AED and Macedonia, and more than 92,000 for Makedonski Telekom. This analysis we are using to assess the voice quality and also to assess the voice service and data service. And after that, these results we are using to get only numerical one number, which represent the overall quality of the network. Drive test measurement equipment we are using Rode Schwarz solution. It is actually server-based solution with benchmarking equipment and coverage equipment installed in two vehicles shown on the picture. The measurements files are connected wirelessly to the server, and to the server we have connected three monitoring center, Skopje, Bitola, Ištip. In this measurement campaign, all of three monitoring center are involved. Jane, do you have do you have any note before we start the presentation?
At the moment, I do not have anything to add. We can start with the analysis of voice service and its most important parameters defining its quality. Let's start.
Okay, let's start.
Call setup time refers to the duration it takes for a call to be established between two parties, starting from connection request to receiving alerting message. A shorter call setup time is desirable as it contributes to a faster and more efficient communication experience for users.
Okay, the first parameter for voice service call setup time. So the mandatory value by the agency is 7 seconds. The value in the network of AED Macedonia is 3.9 seconds, and in the network of Makedonski Telekom 3.7. Both operators meet the criteria defined by the agency. Next parameter is call failure rate. This is the measure for accessibility to the voice service, and call failure rate in the network of AED Macedonia is 1.5%, and in the network of Makedonski Telekom 1.2%. The mandatory value by the agency is 2%, and according to this, both values are below the threshold. Okay,
call drop rate refers to the percentage of calls that are disconnected prematurely due to technical issues or poor network conditions. This metric is crucial for assessing the quality and reliability of voice services. A high call drop rate indicates potential problems with network coverage, congestion, or infrastructure, which can lead to a poor user experience.
Okay, as I mentioned, it is a very crucial parameter for every mobile network, call drop rate. The mandatory value defined by the agency is 0.4 for AED Macedonia and 0.3 for Makedonski Telekom. So as we can see, both values are quite below the threshold. Next parameter, please.
The voice quality is analyzed through MOS values according to ITU P.800. MOS stands for Mean Opinion Score, which is a widely used parameter to measure the quality of a voice communication. MOS scores are on a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 represents poor quality and 5 represents excellent quality. MOS values greater than 4 are considered as values that offer very good voice quality.
Okay, voice quality for both networks, AED Macedonia 4.5 and Makedonski Telekom 4.2. As Jane mentioned, the values above 4 is very good quality, so both operators have very good quality. Next is utilization of the technologies during the voice calls. And according to this slide, we see that the most utilized technology for voice is LTE in both operators. This is the most advanced technology actually for voice communication. The utilization in the network of AED Macedonia is around 81%, and in the network of Makedonski Telekom, 87%. According to these results, we can say that both networks are very effective in terms of voice calls. This is the last parameter regarding voice calls. So Jane, I would like to ask you one question. Can you give us any conclusion about the voice services before we go on?
First of all, they fulfill the criteria defined by the agency. More than 80% of voice communication is delivered over the most efficient technology for voice communication at the moment, LTE, with very good voice quality. Most of the parameters are quite below the threshold required by the agency. Therefore, all this resulting in a very good overall user experience.
Okay, great. Let's see if the data services will be as good as voice services. The first parameter we are going to see, this is HTTP transfer success ratio. This is the stress test parameter of the network. And in downlink in the network of AED Macedonia, the value is 98.4%. Makedonski Telekom 99.6% in downlink. In the uplink, 95.7 AED Macedonia and 97.1 for Makedonski Telekom. The next parameter is the speed of the network in the geographical region cities or municipalities. Here the agency has defined mandatory value in the downlink, and the value is 60 megabit per second. Let's see the results of both operators. AED Macedonia 114.8 megabit per second, and Makedonski Telekom 239.8 megabits per second. This value we saw this is quite above the threshold defined by the agency. In the uplink, we have 37.5 megabits per second, AED Macedonia, and 46.7 Makedonski Telekom. Okay, the speed of the network on the other geographical region, this is roads. In the downlink, AED Macedonia 76.3 megabit per second, and Makedonski Telekom 98.4 megabits per second in downlink. In the uplink, we have identical values around 26 megabit per second. This is the maximum speed achieved in the network of both operators during the drive test. And we see that in the network of AED Macedonia, we have 1,286.8 megabit per second in the downlink, and in the network of Makedonski Telekom, 958 megabit per second. In the uplink, also we have identical results, and the results is about 165 megabit per second. Browsing success ratio, we have a set of 11 websites, and the browsing success ratio on the screen, you can see the browsing success ratio for both operators. The values are above 90%, so it is a good parameter, good browsing success ratio for both operators. Okay, we are going to next parameter. Okay, Jane, will you continue?
Time to first picture TTFP refers to the time it takes to display the first frame or picture when streaming video content over a mobile network. TTFP is essential for providing a seamless video streaming experience, as users expect quick start-up times and minimal buffering.
Okay. And now we have really problem. Great. Okay, time to first picture in the network of either Macedonia 0.9 second and in the network of Makedonski Telekom 0.8 seconds. The next parameter for data services, Jane?
VMUS or Video Mean Opinion Score is a metric used to assess the quality of the video streaming over the mobile network from the perspective of end user. The measurement methodology is accordance to the J.343.1 recommendations. VMUS provide numerical score range. 1 means poor video quality and 5 excellent video quality.
Okay, video quality, we have identical value for video quality in both networks, 4.1. This means very good quality for both operators. Next,
round-trip time RTT refers to the time it takes for a data packet to travel from its source to its destination and then back again to the source. It's used to measure the latency in a network connection. RTT directly affects the end user's experience when accessing web pages, streaming videos, or playing online games. A shorter RTT leads to faster loading times and smoother interactions.
Okay, let's see the results. In the network of either Macedonia, 57.1 milliseconds, and in the network in the network of Makedonski Telekom, 43.7. The next parameter is utilization of technology per data session, and also we have a very similar situation here. The most utilized technology for data session is 5G new radio, and the rest is on LTE. The utilization of 5G in the network of either Macedonia is 73.8%, and utilization in the network of Makedonski Telekom 72.6%. Because 5G is the most effective technology at the moment for delivering the data, we can say that both operators are very effective for data session. So this is the last actually parameter in this presentation about the services, service availability of the service regardless of technology. So the network, the service availability in the network of either Macedonia is 99.9%, and in the network of Makedonski Telekom the same result, 99.9%. Okay, Jane, this is the last parameter that we have seen. So
yes.
Okay, so only one thing remains. You know what is that? This is the winner. Who is winner? Would you like to announce this?
Yes, of course. I am really excited. Just like in any game, there must be a winner. In this game we have 2 excellent players, but one must take a title. It is Makedonski Telekom. Let's see the scoring.
Okay, congratulations to Makedonski Telekom. This is, let's see the results of the scoring of the both networks. The overall performance of the network of either Macedonia is 618.8 points, and the network of Makedonski Telekom, the score is 637.7 points. So what is the assessment, what is the performance by geographical region? On the roads, the overall performance, this is on the roads, we have 86.9 points for Makedonski Telekom and 84.1 for either Macedonia. In the municipalities from 5,000 to 12,000 inhabitants, Makedonski Telekom 219.5 points, either Macedonia 213.8 points. Municipalities above 12,000, 331.3 Makedonski Telekom and 320.9 for Aeden Macedonia. Performance by voice services. On the roads, 46.9 Makedonski Telekom, 48.2 Aeden Macedonia. Municipalities 5,000 to 12,000, 118.6 Makedonski Telekom, 121.8 Aeden Macedonia. Above 12,000 inhabitants, 172.6 Makedonski Telekom and 178 Aeden Macedonia. Assessment of performance by data services, what is the performance of the networks. On the roads, Makedonski Telekom 40 points, Aeden Macedonia 36 points. From 5,000 to 12,000 inhabitants, Makedonski Telekom 100.9 and Aeden Macedonia 92. Municipalities above 12,000 inhabitants, Makedonski Telekom 158.7 and Aeden Macedonia 142.9. Jane, we know the results now, and we also know the winner of this match, actually, as I can send it like this. But I would like the one last question. I think that you are the most qualified person to answer this. What determined the outcome of this match, as we can say like that?
Oh, thank you. I'll try to provide an answer. This is just my view, which doesn't necessarily mean it's completely accurate. The reason should be sought in the 3.6 gigahertz band.
3.6 gigahertz, what do you mean?
A1 Macedonia has got a 100 megahertz channel in the 3.6 gigahertz range, but it was not utilized.
Okay, thank you, Jane. This is the end of the presentation. Jane, thank you very much for joining us and showing your knowledge. We really enjoy ourselves in this presentation, and I hope that we'll see again.
Нема на што. Ви благодарам и јас многу, навистина уживав во дружењето. Имајте убав ден и успешна конференција. Се гледаме во некоја наредна прилика.
Okay, thank you again, Jane. And I would like also to say thank you to my colleagues from Control and Monitoring Department. This monitoring campaign was really challenging. We have several issues, but the team always win. Thank you very much. And also, if you have any questions, please. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Janja Varsek from the Agency for Communication Networks and Services of the Republic of Slovenia takes the stage to explore spectrum for verticals in Slovenia. Her presentation promises valuable perspectives on spectrum allocation.
Good morning to all of them, all of you. I would like to thank the organizers to bring me to such a beautiful place like Ohrid. I haven't been to Macedonia, and I am really enjoying the view from the hotel. As it was told by the AI, I would explain you a little bit of spectrum for verticals in Slovenia. Thank you. There will be some general introduction, something about draft strategy, actions within this strategy. I will tell you about what third RSPG opinion tells us about verticals, then something about our activities and future plans. We are working according to our Electronic Communication Act, and each 3 years we prepare a radio spectrum management strategy with actions for different kind of services we regulate. And for the verticals, we have following actions. Action 5, if interest expressed in 2,300 megahertz and 3,006 megahertz, we put a tender. Then it's the same for 410 and 430. Then it's also in our plan awarding PPDR spectrum if needed, if requested by the government. Then we plan to award 28 gigahertz spectrum for local use. The same is in 3.8 to 4.2. When there will be technical parameters available. They are still in preparation. And according to Action 10, we will transition our frequency for Harman spectrum for European verticals in 450 megahertz band. Here are RSPG opinions that says that European member states have already started to implement the recommendation of the first and second opinion of the radio spectrum policy group, especially in prioritized 5G bands. And the third opinion, in addition to recommended the fragmentation of the band 3.6, also discuss importance of the verticals in and then transition to 5G technology. Here are different solutions for verticals. First one is via mobile operators. Second one is via dedicated networks regionally or nationally. Third one, the second version of second opinion is dedicated networks locally, and there are also some pan-European verticals. If we see first option, verticals over mobile operators. In Slovenia, we had multi-band auction in 2021. We sold all the spectrum, and here is spectrum, how spectrum was awarded after the auction. So the main part, the three operators have almost equally divided spectrum, and we have also a fourth operator which is mainly present in the main cities. This is T2, and it has only spectrum in 2.3 and 3.6 gigahertz band. We also sold spectrum in 26 gigahertz band, but it's not used yet. And in Slovenia, there are some use cases offered to the verticals, so the markets slowly start to take up. And in third opinion, there are some conditions when mobile operators cannot provide the right condition for verticals. So that is when there are some business-specific applications that require constant development of the services that operator cannot follow. The second one is that application requires coverage to very challenging areas, which are not commercially interested for public operators. Then some verticals require very specific and very expensive KPIs for their services. The other one is that operators do not have business model for 5G coverage. Some verticals want to keep full control of their networks. In such case, also a suitable own network, and where there is a need for dedicated spectrum. In such case, also it's also useful to have dedicated other kind of special dedicated network for verticals. As I told, it could be done over the dedicated networks nationally or regionally, or via dedicated networks locally. Here is an example of Slovenian case. We had auction in 2021 also for machine-to-machine 2 times 3 megahertz spectrum in 700 band. We issued license to the BIN, but he could not fulfill the requirements put in the license. There was no use cases. They miscalculated, obviously, and they returned spectrum last year. So we are now in the process of rewarding this spectrum right now. The other spectrum for this kind of use is, at least in Slovenia, in 400 megahertz band, according to Action 6 and 7 of the strategy, where is spectrum in 410 to 430 and 450 to 470 reserved for business critical use and PPDR use. Just a little bit about these conditions for machine-to-machine. We will have a simple clock auction. If there will be more demand, then more demand. And there are some coverage conditions. In 1 year, they have to put at least 2 base stations and start provide business services. Business critical services, machine to machine. In 2 years, they have to cover 10% of territory and 25% of K locations of their business. In 4 years, more than 10% of territory and more than 90% of their K location. And after 7 years, more than 40% of territory and more than 90% of K locations. The variant of second option is dedicated networks locally. We offered at the end of last year the rest of spectrum from big auction in 21. Lower 20 megahertz in 2.3 and upper 10 megahertz in 2.3. This is these yellow parts here, and lower 20 megahertz in 3.6 for local usages, for verticals and local use. It was offered by municipalities. The tender foreseen 3 phases, 1 for verticals, second and third for all the participants, and verticals, existing mobile operators, and potential new niche operators could apply. We put some coverage obligation, different one for verticals and different one for commercial use. So verticals should within 2 years cover more than 25% of campus area or their K locations. In 3 years, more than 70%. And of their campus or their K location of their line networks. And within 4 years, they should cover more than 90% of their campus or their K location of their line network. And for these frequencies could be also used for commercial services. In this case, they should build in 2 years at least one base station in each assigned municipality, in such way that they cover more than 5% of population in each municipality, or if they decide to serve a vertical, 20% of campus of that vertical. In 3 years, they should cover more than 20% of population of each municipality, or 10% of territory of that municipality, and more than 70% of campus if they choose to serve these services, to offer this service to the vertical. And in 4 years, they should cover more than 40% of population, more than 20% of territory, or if they serve the vertical, they should cover more than 90% of their campus. This was the process of the tender if there would be an auction, but fortunately there was no excessive demand for no block in each municipality. So we still have to issue licenses, but we have the winners. Luka Koper, which is sport, will got the municipalities of Ankaran and Koper in 2.3 megahertz band. Cinkarna Celje will got the Celje municipality. Then we had, oh yeah, I forgot, there are another three verticals, Kablex, which got Tržič, Mežica, and some small municipality, Tržič, Mežica, and Semič. It was Kablex T, M, and plastic. And we, 2 municipalities put the offer to a municipality of Ajdovščina and municipality of Ilirska Bistrica. And in second, and also in third, in second phase, we had Telekom Slovenia in T2, mobile operators, Telekom Slovenia in band 3.6 and T2 in 2.3. They mainly put the offers in big cities. Telekom Slovenia only in big cities, T2 in big cities and only in, I think, most touristical parts, most touristical municipalities. So that's the result. After the end of the procedure, we got the initiative from T2, because they've got, as you see, we offered the upper line, lower 20 and upper 10, and then we got the proposition from T2 that we move those upper 10 below the operator Telemach. And then we thought about it and prepare, I think, better solution that we put Telemach at the upper part of the band, then the whole part of T2, and then we will assign T2 the frequencies from that to 2330 megahertz towards 2300 as it's shown on this picture. Telemach agreed, so now we are preparing change of the license for Telemach and T2, and we prepare licenses for all the other operators. According to our draft strategy, we have planned that at the beginning of next year, we're preparing a tool to have some kind of light licensing that the verticals could apply to licensing on our web portal, that they could calculate also the parameters within our tool, ATDI, and they will immediately got the answer if they could got the license or not. And afterwards, we prepare also a tender for 410 and till 430 for the critical infrastructure. So that's all. Thank you.
We're pleased to introduce Ms. Vesna Milutinovic from the Regulatory Authority for Electronic Communications and Postal Services. She'll present an overview of spectrum monitoring in the Republic of Serbia, offering key developments in spectrum oversight.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vesna Milutinovic. I have been working in Spectrum Monitoring Division for more than 70 years, and I am going to represent an overview of the spectrum monitoring in Republic of Serbia. I will show you our organization, then main tasks and different approaches in spectrum monitoring, then 2 phases of the monitoring system construction project, and 2 vendor systems, which are quite unique for one monitoring system, what we have done and what we are planning to do. RATEL was established in 2005 under the name Republic Telecommunication Agency according to the law on telecommunications, and after almost 20 years we have changed according to the new law on electronic communications, which entered into force in May in 2023. A regulatory agency for electronic communications and postal services became a regulatory authority for electronic communications and postal services. This is our organizational structure. In RATEL we have 6 departments, and one department is Electronic Communication Department, which consists of 3 divisions: a Radio Communication Division, Spectrum Monitoring Division, and Network Services and Electronic Equipment Division. Spectrum Monitoring Division comprises 2 monitoring centers, one in Belgrade and one in Niš, with the additional office in Užice in western part of Serbia, and maintenance group. The total number of employees in Spectrum Monitoring Division in 2024 is 20, and in RATEL we have 152 employees in 2024. Besides these two manned monitoring and measurement centers in Belgrade and Niš, we implemented, by the time being, 21 remote control monitoring and measurement stations. One is under construction near the border with Romania in northern eastern part, Gudurički Vrh. And like you can see, we have two geographical regions in Serbia. In northern part, we implemented Rode Schwarz equipment, and in measuring center in Belgrade, we are using Rode Schwarz equipment also. And in southern region in Serbia, we implemented TCI equipment. The border is approximately in the middle of Serbia. Besides, till now, we implemented 55 compact remote control measuring stations in urban areas and large settlements. And depending on the monitoring tasks, we are using monitoring vehicles equipped with special equipment and portable measuring equipment for measurements up to 90 gigahertz. First improvement was in 2009 when we purchased one measurement vehicle from Rode Schwarz and 5-meter masts for coverage measurements. In 2012, we purchased a measurement vehicle with Rode Schwarz equipment, 10-meter masts, and with set of log periodic and directional finder antenna. In that period, University of Belgrade School of Electrical Engineering Department of Telecommunications had made a study of design a system for monitoring and radio frequency spectrum measurement procedures in Serbia, which included all geographical regions to be covered with stations, financial aspect of that development, as well as what equipment we have to use and what zones have to be covered. In 2016, we bought two measurement vehicles with TCI equipment and 10-meter mast with the direction finder antenna and a set of log periodic antenna. And because of that financial part, we didn't start a project of monitoring development till the 2017, when we started construction that project of remote control measurement stations. In 2020, we purchased one measurement vehicle also with the TCI equipment with the 8-meter masts, and before 2 years, we also bought the same vehicle but with Rode Schwarz equipment. 2021 was also a big year for us because we started with implementation compact of remote control measurement stations in urban areas and large settlements. We can distinguish two approaches in spectrum monitoring. One is traditional, and on the other hand, we have a modern approach in spectrum monitoring. And with this traditional approach, we could only measure from manned fixed control measurement monitoring stations and with portable monitoring equipment. And it was a long time response to reported harmful interferences. On the other hand, with this contemporary approach, we have automation of radio signal measurements. We have up-to-date control of radio spectrum usage of the entire territory of Republic of Serbia, and we can conduct measurements from unmanned fixed remote control networking stations. And this modern approach, it is imposed due to the increasing demand for radio spectrum, especially in higher frequency bands, and with the implementation of new and emerging technologies. But significant financial resources are needed for this approach. Like I said previously, we started our first phase of the monitoring system construction project in 2017 with implementations, those stations at high altitude locations nationwide. with antenna mast high 24 or 36 meters, and equipment is stored in container with the UPS system, power distribution unit, and alarm system with fire alarm system also. We have video surveillance and weather station at every location, a system for early warning of possible thunderstorms, and microwave connections 10 megabits per second in transmit and receiver receiving direction. This is our typical technical implementation of those stations, except 3 sites where we have 3 directional finder antennas. At every site we have directional antennas, 2 antennas in a back-to-back configuration, which are connected to the rotators for changing azimuth and polarization. And also we have omni antennas for measurements at every site. And those, at these sites, we have also measuring receiver for measurements up to 6 gigahertz. At every site, we have a PIRA, FM broadcasting analyzer. And with PIRA, we can generate report for each identified stations with frequency deviation chart, modulation power, and RDS contact analysis 24/7. In the first picture, you can see how our self-supporting pole. We have 3 sites, mainly in plain region in Serbia, such as Vojvodina, with high 15 meters or 20 meters high mast, and tower with heights 24 or 36 meters. In those sites, Rode Schwarz equipment was implemented. And in these pictures, TCI equipment was set. And in the first picture, we can see a site where log periodic antennas was implemented. In the second, direction finder antenna, and in the third picture is characteristic because of implementation of solar panels, which are primary source of electric energy at that location with 10 kilowatts power, and the second source is diesel generator with 15 kilowatts power. Like I said previously, 2021 was a year when we commenced the second phase of monitoring system construction project with the implementation compact remote station in Novi Sad city. With those stations, we can easily determine the location of emission sources using a TDOA geolocation method, and we can control transmitters with low power, with low output power at higher frequency. But what is the most important thing is that equipment have to be compatible with monitoring software which is already used in the monitoring system in that area. Besides all these tasks, the inspection of the RF spectrum usage, identifying unauthorized spectrum usage, verifying and detection of any irregularities, verification of determination of the coverage areas, and performing technical inspection of a radio station. In addition, we have many more additional tasks, such as location acquisition, preparing technical documentation and tender documentation also, procurement process, participating and supervision of construction works, dealing with the issues such as the cancellation of already contracted locations by tenants, and etc. And in this picture, you can see cross-section. In the left picture, you can see a cross-section of our TCI equipment at the urban area in our second phase, and on the right picture, Rode Schwarz equipment. And we have 3 simple installations on horizontal flat roof and terrace, vertical wall surfaces, and we are using reinforced concrete masts 11 meters or 14 meters high, depending on the requirements on the location. We are using monitoring receivers for measurements up to 6 gigahertz, and we have at every location only monitoring antennas for measurements V-polarized and H-polarized radio waves. Also, our equipment is in IP66 rack. TCI equipment is already in the rack. And at every location, we have a power distribution unit. You can see in those pictures installation on vertical wall surfaces and horizontal flat roof installation. Those locations are in Novi Sad. And in these pictures, you can see that we are using existing masts and tower. In the first picture, we implemented our equipment at Light Street pole. In the second picture, we are using telecommunication mast. And in the third picture, we have a collocation with stock. We are using power line mast for our equipment. With these remote control stations nationwide at high altitudes location and compact remote control measurement station in urban areas, we have more effective control of spectrum, and we can easily detect the dislocation of transmitters and illegal emissions and non-compliance with the parameters of issued licenses. And as you can see, we have increasing in finding those irregularities. And after implementation, those compact remote control measurement stations in Novi Sad, during the control, we identified at all 15 broadcasting stations irregularities such as increasing in output power or frequency deviation limit was exceeded. You can see our mobile monitoring stations and mobile vehicles in those pictures. And this is an examples of geolocation using TCI equipment, Scorpio client software. In the first picture, one FM broadcasting station is located far away from from our stations, and we were using TDOA method for geolocation. And in the right picture, you can see the geolocation using AOA method, direction finder on our monitoring vehicle, and direction finder in control measurement center in Niš. And with this geolocation, we successfully found unauthorized usage of radio spectrum. Also, with this TCI equipment and Scorpio, we can use hybrid geolocation combination of previously two mentioned method for easily detection of irregularities. And in this picture, we are using Rode-Schwarz equipment and Argus software for geolocation of broadcasting stations. With implementations of all these stations, we were concerned about validity of our results. So we developed in-house new software platform, which combines all relevant data for monitoring process in one place, such as measurement, equipment, status of equipment, reports, various reports of technical inspection, etc. And in this picture, you can see the input of one measurement result with exact location and time and what equipment was used for that measurements, information about current issues on the measurement stations, and we have information about previous measurements and license for that frequency, and we can see issues about and status of our equipment. This is what we have done, and what is planned. The main activity in the future is new construction works on new monitoring center in Belgrade, due to the fact that now we are using old building for early 60s. It will be 2 towers, 36-meter masts. In one tower, it will be a set of log periodic antennas, and in the second, it will be direction finder antenna. And in the end, I want to mention that Rattle, for the first time after 30 years, hosted the 61st FM22 working group meeting in Belgrade 1 month ago. And among many working activities, a technical visit to Avala Tower was organized, where specialized monitoring and measurement vehicles were showcased, and this meeting were attended in person by 57 participants, and with another 18 following the event online. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Daniel Vidakovic from the Croatian Regulatory Authority for Network Industries will share insights on DAB replanning and implementation in Croatia. His expertise in digital broadcasting is invaluable for our discussions today.
Good morning, everyone, or should I say good afternoon or good early afternoon. Unfortunately, I'll be the only one to present. I asked for the help of Jane, but she replied that she's fully booked and occupied by the task given by Onče, so she's working on a new project now, and I'll do this presentation on my own. I'll try to present our activities within regional groups regarding DAB replanning and implementation of DAB in Croatia. As those two processes actually went in parallel, I'll start with the implementation of DAB in Croatia, and then at the end I'll present replanning in the region. As we are a bit behind the schedule, I'll try to do it swiftly, but I remain on your disposal during the coffee breaks or later for questions. So just briefly to go through these test periods in Croatia. In early 1997, we had first DAB transmission of TDAB. Then in 2017, we started with DAB Plus test emission in Croatia. It was operated by public broadcaster at that time. I won't go through all these details, but these tests gave us valuable results in measurement field and also some quality measurements which were done that time. There was up to 16 programs there transmitted, some of them new ones, and some of them simulcasted also with FM. So let me come to the preconditions which were necessary to be fulfilled before we granted first license for commercial operation of DAB. Of course, we had to consult our RF spectrum resources, which stem from Geneva 06 plan, and as most of the countries in the region, we have 3 DAB layers and 1 DVB-T layer. For us, it was very important before we go for authorization process to adopt a document. It's actually a recommendation on minimum technical requirements for DAB Plus signal receivers in Croatia. Basically, we used good practice which we had in DTT. We done the same thing for DTT, and that was really good, good information to receiver importers and then for the vendors to know which kind of equipment they should import in Croatia in order to guarantee high quality reception of signal in that time for DTT and now for DAB. We also had to adopt, assignment plan for broadcasting services. It was important to define frequency bands, channel raster, type emission, and the standard to be used. We defined also allotment areas, service areas, which were later authorized for emission, and we also defined that we are going to use beauty contest as an authorization process to be used. Based on the interest shown in that time, in 2021, we decided to go with one multiplex, which will be able to carry regional and national-wide programs. We decided on the duration of the license for 15 years. And due to the circumstances regarding coordination and interferences we experienced in the coastal region, in Adriatic region, we couldn't use channel 12, which would be maybe the best in that time for us. So we went for the channel blocks, mostly on channel 11, and then used also some rights from DTT spectrum in blocks of 8, 9, or 10, due to some operations of analog stations in the neighboring countries on channel 11. Just briefly about procedure, tender procedure. It lasts for approximately 100 days. First, we had public consultation of the draft documents, documentation. Then, after collecting comments and maybe changing few details within the documentation, our council adopted decision to start tendering procedure. We published all documents, and bidders had approximately 50 days to prepare offer and submit it. So they submitted in September, and in 1 month's time we granted the license. As it was the first multiplex in Croatia, for us it was very important that the bid which is chosen can guarantee success of DAB, let's say, in Croatia, and we thought that for that it's important to have some moderate prices, to have good technical solution, and quite fast or dynamic implementation of DAB in Croatia, and of course competence of the bidder and certain financial strength and guarantees to make this process and this implementation of DAB success in Croatia. So that's how we weighted these factors, these criteria in Croatia. So in order to grant a license, bidder should collect at least 750 points out of 1,000 points. Apart from that, we set also certain license conditions. So first of it was that bidder or the license holder should cover at least 75% of the population in each digital region, and when its network is built to the full extent, it should cover more than 90% of population in Croatia. Another important technical criteria was that the network is built in a way that it can transmit at least 12 programs, regional or national wide, with a bit rate of at least 72 kilobits per second for national content and 64 kilobits per second for regional content. For us, it was also important that license holder set its own user portal, which would provide enough information for broadcasters which would like to enter the multiplex, or to the end users in order to in a way, educate them, to present some benefits from DAB service. So that was also one of the conditions. And at the end, we got only one offer at that time. As I mentioned, it was public company, Odašiljači i veze. So if you're interested more into the offer, you could use this link later and get more information about the offer. So based on the license conditions and the offer which was put by network operator in first phase until the November 2021, they built 10 sites. They covered more than 90% of population and more than 76% of the highways. Then they increased it to 26 transmitter sites. And with that second phase, actually they fulfilled what they offered during the auction, during the tendering procedure. So all requirements were fulfilled. At the end of 2023, they actually extended its network, and by the end of 2023, they had 29 transmitters in operation. Today, they cover more than 97% of population and more than 93% of highway. In the meantime, they also decided to cover some of the main tunnels in Croatia, and that's it for now. And for 2024, they announced extension of present network as well. Regarding programs which are today available, we have 8 national-wide programs available. 3 of them are from the public service broadcaster, and the rest are from the private. Let me just count briefly. I think 3 or 4 are the content which is also broadcasted within the FM, and the rest are the new programs. And from the regional point of view, we have 4 regional programs there, out of which 1 is simulcasted in FM. So all in total, 12 programs presently broadcasted. And coverage today looks like that. Let me just briefly come to the challenges we have, so I'll try to be short on that. We are still facing the situation when popularization of DAB and promotion is needed in Croatia, and that's one important task for all stakeholders, including regulator here. We know that content is important. We know that the receiver penetration is important for the success of this story, and usually it's a chicken-egg situation. So broadcasters would like to see high penetration of receivers before they produce and offer content, and from the user's point of view, they would like to see more content, especially new content, in order to, let me say, risk some money and buy a new receiver. Today, we also start receiving new inquiries for possible new multiplexes in Croatia. Maybe some new operators will come. All that would be good for competition and development DAB in Croatia. And coming to the local FM broadcasters, we have in total maybe 150, 160 broadcasters or programs, FM programs in Croatia, out of which maybe 120 are on a local level or some city levels. However, the small ones argue that the size of digital regions at this time is quite big for them, and I think we all will have to put some more efforts to find some model which will satisfy them or give them possibility to enter digital multiplexes, digital radio broadcasting in the future as well. Okay, so we finished with DAB implementation in Croatia, and I would just like to say something about DAB replanning in the region. As I mentioned, it was parallel process. So how it started? In the period 2015 to 2018, few trials in the region started. Countries like Croatia, who started with that, they also needed resources. I mentioned that, and situation was for the most of countries that they didn't have coordinated assignments for DAB. So bilateral negotiations started. Sometimes they got us to the difficult situation. We noticed some incompatibilities in Geneva 06 plan. So we had some coordination issues. We also, some of the countries experienced interference situation, as I mentioned, along the coast in Croatia especially. And I think all countries in the region recognize that some common cooperation could be a possibility for all of us to have more efficient use of the spectrum, and that's how basically two regional groups started in which Croatia took part. The first one already lasts from 2021 to 2023. The work within this group is concluded. We have an agreement there. Participants of this group were regulatory authorities from Austria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Hungary, Croatia, Romania, Serbia, and Slovenia. And we have another group in which Croatia took part. It's Adriatic Ionian Group with Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Greece, Croatia, Italy, Montenegro, and Slovenia. This working group is still, let me say, live in operation. We are trying to finalize our work. So what is common for those two groups? Basically, I think they came from the same starting point, same principles or objectives to be achieved. And first of all, it's equitable access to the spectrum, efficient use of the spectrum, interference-free operation nowadays and in the future, and also some specificities came with all this work. For example, some countries decided to move DTT rights to DAB rights. Some wanted to preserve them for the future. Some countries had maybe just 2 DAB layers and they wanted to extend it to 3. Some of the countries wanted to compensate maybe some lost coverages, especially from Wiesbaden agreement when, for example, Croatia missed one coverage in the northern part of Croatia. Then some additional coverages for maybe for capital cities or certain regions. And then also reshape of the allotments was interesting for some countries in order to have more efficient use of the spectrum or to help to achieve a better plan for all countries in the group. Just briefly, regarding the work of this regional group, first regional group I mentioned, I said already about principles and objectives. Regarding working methods, of course, we had many meetings, most of them online. Another thing which I think was quite a good one to start was questionnaire, which was set before we started our work. It gave opportunity to each country to present its views, its expectations of all this project, and that's how we created actually the base for our work and objectives and principles within the group. Then, of course, later we exchanged parameters, technical parameters for the allotments, assignments. We analyzed them, and finally, through iterative processes, we came to the draft plan first, and then final plan, final allotment plan. One of the points which we should cover as a group is modification of ITU Geneva 06 plan. So not to go into details, but you can see on these two pictures representing the three colors. We have green color, so frequency resources from Geneva, which are not to be changed. Yellow one, frequency resources from Geneva to be withdrawn, and the red one to be, which are new ones to be assigned in the Geneva plan. So after this replanning process, we ended up with such a picture on channel 12A and channel 12B. After that process, we came to the bilateral agreements to be signed between administration, and those bilateral agreements basically define these technical details for allotment and assignments data. Coming to the Adriatic Union Group, apart from these main objectives I presented before, we had two specific objectives here. One was to resolve and ensure interference-free operation VHF-3. As I mentioned, we suffered many interferences there. And another one was actually to support solution of harmful interference in FM band. I believe most of you are aware of high interferences which Croatia suffer along the coast from uncoordinated Italian transmitters, and that's so DAB replanning is one of the solutions, possibilities to resolve these long-lasting interferences there. We used here a very interesting method which was used for UHF in this Adriatic Ionian region, and it proved to be a good one. It's a method to try to divide channels between the west and east side of Adriatic Ionian Sea. That gives most flexibilities to the countries at the one side and the countries at the other side. It gave or it gives much flexibility to Italy to have better replanning, to have better usage of the spectrum, and actually to enlarge a number of layers and in that way dedicate certain resources to resolve FM interferences there by basically by moving them to the DAB operation. I won't go now into details, but if someone is interested to explain more, that I can do it later. Okay, yeah, then we introduced test points and certain thresholds to be followed during these exceptional cases. But as I said, not to go into these details. We are now in the phase to define a list of relevant assignments and allotments and the parameters there to agree how we are going to update Geneva 06 plan and for how long time we are going to, let's say, transmit in certain transition period. We have for the moment two open questions, but I believe we are on a good track to solve that. One is open coordination with third countries, so of course not all countries can participate in this group, but we have other neighbors, and in a case that some bilateral coordination is needed with some countries outside of this group, yeah, we have few details to sort out there, and I think then we are fine with that. And I didn't mention at the beginning, San Marino, it's of course country situated at the western part of the Adriatic coast, but they didn't take part in this group. However, they have to be consulted regarding this new plan. Italy is in close cooperation with them, and we will need, of course, acceptance of this new plan also from the San Marino side. So if everything will continue as we planned and turned well, and we hope it will, because we are really now at the end of this process, we hope to have the signature of the agreement in Croatia in September this year. And just for the conclusion, it is a demanding process. It is quite a long process of at least 4 years, but I think it brings lots of benefits for the countries. It resolves Geneva planning compatibilities. It ensures more efficient spectrum usage. It resolves DAB harmful interferences, which I mentioned before, and provides better preconditions for DAB development in the future. And also, last but not least, resolve harmful interference situation in FM in Croatia and other countries. So, thank you very much for attention. Yeah. So, thank you.
Next, I am delighted to introduce Mrs. Veronika Bosharova from Cullen International. Mrs. Bosharova will present 5G Spectrum for Verticals, European Experience, offering a comprehensive view of 5G implementation across Europe.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to thank AEC, the Macedonian regulator, for your kind invitation. And I realize that my presentation is just before lunch, so I'll try to be quick. What I'm going to talk about is closely linked to what we heard earlier this morning about 5G spectrum for verticals. We heard from Ms. Janja Varšek, the Slovenian experience. And what I would like to do is to summarize, to wrap up the generic European experience, where European countries today stand, and what decisions have they taken on specifically 5G spectrum for industry. Because it's not a big surprise that the biggest expectations with 5G are associated mainly with industrial 5G network. 5G is anticipated to bring an enormous change, first of all for the industry, not simply just for consumer imitations. And the trade-off for the countries is how to proceed with deployment of industrial 5G networks. Would you provide dedicated spectrum for industries, or would you rely on commercial networks and let traditional commercial mobile network operators to roll out 5G networks and then to offer specific solutions for the industry? And I think Ms. Varšek provided a very good summary of the rationale why sometimes industries they wouldn't trust, or why they would rather prefer having own deployed networks rather than relying on traditional commercial mobile networks. Sometimes it has to do with specific location, where mobile operators might no go because there is no commercial business case for deploying network. Sometimes it's associated with their specific requirements, which may say that you may not actually deploy commercially those specific quality of service, latency requirements that industrial applications need, or also there are security considerations, security concerns, when industries consider that they better deploy their own networks. So I would like to take a closer look at so-called pioneer 5G bands and a little bit more, as we know that talking about 5G, the first 5G networks deployed in Europe, they're looking into mid-band, which is for commercial applications, we're talking about 3 to 4 to 3 to 8 gigahertz. But also 5G could operate anywhere, mid-band 5G could operate anywhere from 2.3 to 4.2 gigahertz. So certain decisions by different countries were taken about different parts of the mid-band, not just the commercial part, which is 3.4 to 3.8, but also either a bit below in 2.3 gigahertz, like we heard the Slovenian experience today, or a bit above, which is also one of the preferred solutions in many European countries. And so all in all, 12 European countries effectively taken the decision to allocate different parts, to assign different parts of mid-band to industrial networks. And then we're also looking at the high band, the 2.6 gigahertz band, where we have 9 countries that so far decided on specific local networks, primarily to be assigned to industrial 5G. So first let's look at the mid-band 5G, or more specifically local licenses. In many countries, local licenses, they come with a condition that they should be primarily assigned either to industrial users or, for example, public users, municipalities, strictly not for commercial mobile networks. Sometimes it's widely open, like we heard from Slovenia, it could be either options. But in many countries, that when they decide on specifically allocated local licenses, those decisions, they come with the restrictions for using those for commercial mobile applications. So we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have 12 countries that have specifically decided on local licenses in the mid-band. And we also have 7 countries that recently decided in their recent spectrum auctions, they ruled on specific conditions, on specific obligations for commercial mobile networks to offer some form of either spectrum sharing or either bespoke mobile services or some type of wholesale services for industrial users and subject to specific criteria demanded by industrial users. So quite a mix of approaches. And if we look, for example, specifically at one of the core bands, one of the core commercial parts of the 3.4 gigahertz band, 3.4 to 3.8. So we have 6 European countries that recently taken the decision to allocate parts of the spectrum to industrial users. Germany was one of the very first countries to take that decision. Since November 2019, the upper 100 part of spectrum in 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz is available to industrial applications, to industrial users. Spectrum licenses are issued on a local basis, effectively real estate-based licensing. So for campus area-based licensing, for example, we have over nearly 400 licenses have been issued since November 2019, and license conditions envisage use it or lose it, meaning you have to put the spectrum in use, and effectively the spectrum licenses are valid for 10 years in this band. Sweden followed a very similar approach, yet another country. Since November 2021, also local licenses are available in a similar upper part of this band. Licenses are valid 5, plus a possibility to extend for yet another 5 years, and also subject to condition, use it or lose it. Most recently, since December 2023, Netherlands is yet another country, also 100 megahertz, but they assign the very lower part and the very upper part of the spectrum to industrial users. Denmark also, since quite early days, since July 2021, also assigned the very lower part of this band to industrial applications, but in practice, nobody has applied for spectrum in this part because of very strict requirements to prevent interference with radars, to prevent interference with commercial mobile networks. So de facto spectrum is available, but not put in use. And Slovenian story, we just heard it. So I would not to repeat what Ms. Warszak already presented, but you heard about the local licenses, the process which started this year. And so what about other parts of the mid-band? So I mentioned 2.3 to 2.6 gigahertz is also frequently referred to as an attractive solution for verticals. We have 5 European countries that have taken the decision to allocate different parts of this band to industrial applications. So we have Finland, Slovenia, Spain, France. France is in 2.6 gigahertz. The other countries primarily in 2.3 gigahertz band. UK model is very interesting because effectively you could say that in UK industrial users, they can apply pretty much for any parts of the spectrum which is traditionally assigned to mobile network operators. They can apply for a so-called local shared license, subject to condition that in the specific location the spectrum is not being used by the mobile network operator who has the primary right to use that spectrum. So effectively in UK you could say that verticals are free to apply for any commercial, any spectrum which is typically used by commercial mobile network, but subject of course to coordination with mobile network users. And we see more and more countries in Europe that are also opting for the upper part, for the spectrum which is just above the commercial 3.4 to 3.8, so we are talking about 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz spectrum. Of course, we are still anticipating the technical conditions, the technical requirements, harmonized technical conditions for the use of this band, which are now developed by CAPT. They should become available from next year. But already now many countries, they have taken the decision to allocate spectrum in this part for vertical, for industrial users, different parts. So here you'll see the examples of Belgium, UK I mentioned, Denmark, Poland recently. And just to give an example, I mentioned the specific UK model for local shared access, and effectively the very first industrial 5G network in Europe was effectively deployed in the UK already since 2019 when Associated British Ports, they run 21 ports in the UK, and they approached Verizon, the US operator, to upgrade their Wi-Fi network. And at that point, Verizon proposed a solution which they considered to be much better than upgrading the Wi-Fi or deploying fiber inside ports areas. They proposed something which effectively became the very first 5G industrial network in Europe. So Associated British Ports, they applied for a local shared access license in the area of the port of Southampton, which is one of the largest ports of the UK, and jointly with Verizon and using Nokia solutions, they started deploying 5G in the port area. What kind of applications we're talking about? It's asset tracking, autonomous vehicle, asset monitoring, maintenance, security applications, so all that is being run on 5G network. I mentioned some 7 countries in Europe, they opted for wholesale access obligations. So the licenses are traditionally awarded to mobile network operators. The main rationale for that is that if you want to have nationwide coverage, then you might actually opt for a 5G solution for licensing 5G spectrum to traditional mobile network operators, but then you would impose obligations to offer specific solutions for industrial users in this band, and you would typically impose it either on one or perhaps several licensees, commercial network operators, or you would apply it to all operators. So few countries, Czech Republic, Denmark, Italy, they impose that kind of obligations to offer bespoke solutions, to offer wholesale access to verticals, to perhaps to one specific player. Like in Denmark, there was a specific block of 60 megahertz in this band which contained those conditions. Even the regulator actually developed the contractual conditions, the standardized contract on which access to this band has to be offered to vertical users. Or in some countries, the condition applies. In Italy, for example, if you may remember the specific Italian case, when they awarded spectrum in 3.5 gigahertz, the blocks were divided in a very peculiar manner. You would have 2 blocks of 80 megahertz and 2 blocks of 20 megahertz. So the players who secured the largest blocks, TIM and Vodafone, they've got those obligations. But then you also have 3 countries, Finland, Greece, France. The obligation applies across all all licensees, all commercial mobile networks to offer bespoke solutions for verticals. So I mentioned the Danish case where one of the operators, it's a shared network operator. So effectively, it's two Danish players, Tele and Telenor. They run a joint shared network called TT Network. And they secured the block. They won the block, which has the conditions to offer access to industrial users. And unlike the dedicated spectrum, which I explained earlier, they didn't get any applications from verticals in Denmark, maybe because the spectrum is not particularly attractive, but they actually used the option to request access from TT Network for dedicated solutions. So we have Port of Aarhus, and you have three airports in Denmark that now actually using the access to the network of Telenor. What about high band? I mentioned that 9 countries, 9 countries in Europe, they already have decided on assigning specific local property-based licenses for dedicated networks. But then there are also quite a number of countries that license that spectrum nationwide, but they also contain specific access conditions, specific spectrum sharing or dedicated wholesale obligations in the high band as well. Basically, when it comes to licensing models for the high band, we're still talking about very early days of any specific deployments in this band, but the prevailing model in Europe is actually when dedicated spectrum is nationwide, is being awarded, is being auctioned to traditional commercial mobile network operators. That's, for example, the Italian model, but it may attach some specific conditions. Like in Italy, it's club use, which requires spectrum licenses in this band to share, to offer access to the spectrum. If they are not using spectrum in specific location, they have to share it either with other mobile operators or other users, like vertical users. Germany is one of the few countries which decided so far has decided only on local licenses in this band. So and the licenses are being assigned on first come, first served. But then you also have something in between, like Finland. So part of the band is assigned to commercial mobile networks nationwide, but then you also have specific parts of the band, typically the upper part of the band, which is dedicated to local licenses, primarily, of course, for industrial applications. So yeah, that was pretty much the summary. I'm happy to address your questions. I didn't want to take too much of your time because I realize we are already beyond time, but happy to address any questions.
Joining us now is Mr. Erkin Günaydin from Aselsan. Mr. Günaydin will discuss new generation spectrum monitoring technologies highlighting the latest advancements in spectrum monitoring solutions.
Hello everyone, I am Erkan Günaydin. I work for Aselsan as a project manager and responsible for spectrum monitoring systems. My presentation is generally about our solutions on next generation spectrum monitoring technologies. Here is our agenda. I'm going to focus on these 4 main topics, and I am planning to finish my presentation in 15 minutes. First, I would like to show you a short video about an interference case in Ankara, which is the capital city of Turkey. I should emphasize that this system is fully integrated with the country's IT infrastructure. Now let's have a look the structure, basic features, and the capabilities of the system. National monitoring system is capable of direction finding, locating, monitoring, and analyzing the communication signals in HF, VHF, UHF, and HSF bands by using its TDA, AOA, homing, and hybrid algorithms. This system has digital audio, wideband AF, and narrowband IQ recording capabilities. The recorded files can be replayed and analyzed as offline by locally or remotely. The software of the system, which has web-based user interface, is fully designed and developed by Aselsan. I'm going to give more information about these units later on. This is Turkey's map. We have different type of stations which are located all regions of Turkey distributively. Also, you can easily deploy new stations and relocate current stations according to your needs. Pardon. This is the fixed and located part of the system. We can say it is the located configuration of portable monitoring station. You can see some features on the screen. For example, 24/7 working opportunity and living space. This is a station in Istanbul, Beykoz. It has a very great view also. This part of the system is called mobile monitoring station. It can also be used as a stationary system with its radio link equipments. We have two types of mobile station, type 1 and type 2. As you can see, one has a mast on it, which is 8 meters, up to 8 meters, and has an antenna on it. You can easily maintain TDA, AOA, homing, and hybrid tasks with these systems. Our last unit is called portable monitoring station. This unit is less than 25 kilograms and can be easily mountable all types of outdoor areas and suitable for rooftop installations. We have adjustable tripod and quick and easy setup. You can do quick and easy setup with this. The receivers of the system have minus 110 dBm RF detection sensitivity, high-speed spectrum scanning, IP65 level environmental protection, and compatible with military standards. As I told previously, this system has a web-based user interface, so you can see some outputs of our tasks here, such as spectrum scanning, direction finding, target geolocation with TDA feature, homing mode with our mobile monitoring stations. That's all about national monitoring system. Let's move on our next topic, PUHU. PUHU is our other portable DFN spectrum system, which is generally used in military applications. PUHU system is designed for spectrum monitoring and direction finding of communication signals. It detects, locates, and monitors signal of interest in VHF and UHF bands. Briefly, it has 360 azimuth coverage, 150 hours audio recording capacity, detecting, monitoring, and direction finding skills, networking via wired and wireless communication links, locating, fixing, and on a digital display map. This type of PUHU can also be mounted on a vehicle with a different type of radome and antenna for the purpose of mobility. As you see, this type of PUHU is a stationary system and generally used for detecting drone threats. PUHU UAV system is used for detection and identification of mini and micro UAVs and its command and control units. The system can also be designed to estimate the direction of the relevant threats and determine the location with minimum 2 system. Main specifications of the system are user-friendly interface, signal processing and classification capabilities, detection and diagnosis of mini-micro UAVs, and provides the user brand, model, family information of threats, operating band and channel, signal strength, and such information. These are some installations of PUHU system for specific and critical facilities in Turkey, such as gas and petroleum filling stations, nuclear facilities, factories, and airports. Here we come our last topic. Our another drone detection and monitoring system is enabled by Meerkat, which is designed as a handy device. This unit is portable, and here are 2 types of configurations. One is manpack and one is stationary modes, as you can see here. These devices can be controlled by an Android and Windows operating system devices such as mobile phone and tablets. Main specifications of the system are graphical user interface, spectrum monitoring and filtering, spectrum FFT, demodulated sound record and replay, position fixing with TDA, and we can detect the threat with scanning the characteristic of the signal, even if it is not listed in our library, via our new generation algorithm. There are some application areas of Meerkat, early warning capabilities for military troops, swarm UAV applications, position fixing in critical infrastructure, and in meeting rooms against bugs, covert listening devices, spectrum scanning, detecting licensed and unlicensed signals, drone detection and identification. That's all. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I can answer them at lunchtime or coffee break. Thank you very much.
Concluding our session, please welcome Mr. David Bredendick from TCI, who will speak on new trends in spectrum monitoring. His presentation will focus on the evolving technologies and methodologies in the field.
The really good news is I'm the last presenter before lunch. So I'm here from TCI, and when I was doing my morning run, I noticed over the lake, very calm, very still. If you're looking at a monitoring or a management environment, this is kind of what you want. You want a calm situation where you don't have to deal with a lot of issues and problems. However, very fast on the button. However, this is the view I have of water from California. It is filled with lots of turbulence, a lot of competition, a lot of various issues, and this is much like the environment that you have in a real spectrum environment. You have now a lot of technologies continue to advance, using more bandwidth, more complex signals. It's a much more crowded space with lots of applications contending for exactly what you want to use in terms of your verticals as well as your commercial users. So what I'm here to present is really from the point of view of the technology that we're bringing to make the environment that's in the RF spectrum as simple as possible for the regulators to actually monitor and manage their spectrum. So I'm really focusing on how do we make this simpler for you. First of all, I mean, we provide technology, and you know, see one system over here on the left side of the podium or the stage. It's a very sensitive receiver, wide bandwidth, but it's much more than that. I mean, what we've taken is a receiver and now added additional capabilities within the technology and within the hardware to make use of new functional capabilities for actually doing a lot of the processing for you, as well as providing some enhanced processing. And what you're seeing here is by adding such things as digital down converters, storage, faster processing, this system itself can do a lot more work for you. And that includes, and this is a busy chart, but what you can do is a lot of very technical analysis-like functions, zero-span processing. You can capture the signal INQ recording and analyze that recording within the station itself. Because if anyone knows, if you're doing a lot of analysis with INQ, it's a lot of data. So you need to have some basic capabilities in the unit. Otherwise, you're going to completely exhaust your capacity on your backbone. Then in addition, some additional capabilities for doing geolocation based on features that you might have seen in the past, not just allocating geolocation for a future event, but actually events that actually occurred might have happened in the recent past. And then again, some additional signal analysis capabilities. That system you see over there, we have systems for both monitoring, geolocation, using both AOA and TDOA type techniques. And again, this is the DF system or the AOA system, very similar to what you see over there. But really what I wanted to talk to is the advanced signal processing. So as many people are familiar with, we have the Scorpio system, which handles all of the basic monitoring tasks as well as your geolocation tasks. But I want to focus on, one, we do the geolocation. Thank you to the Serbian contingent here. We developed a system for doing, within the system itself, directed measurements for using LPA type antennas that allows that type of information to get collected within the Scorpio system itself. But as has been said multiple times in this conversation, the solution we're trying to offer is the complete solution. One of the things that we want to add into this, or we are adding into this, is the layer 2, layer 3 information that you get from the mobile network. So we've adopted cell scan that will now give you a visual view and capture that information from who the operator is, their layer 3 information, their RSSI, and as well as all of the other technical parameters for the mobile operator. But now we're getting into the AI part of my solution, and that is by incorporating processing within the unit, we're able to take you step by step through capturing the information, identifying what that information is, and then ultimately presenting it for a more detailed analysis. And this is sort of the bottom line is by capturing that spectrum, ultimately you can capture it and actually do some detailed analysis within a tool that we call VSA. But in addition, that information can be done not just by capturing the active signal, but again, going back in time, saying, oh, there was an interesting signal, something that could come out of an alarm type situation, and still capture it. So again, look back. One of the key things, as I mentioned earlier, again, more processing that is done in the unit, the better it is for you, because you're not going to have to take all that information back to the central location. And this is, again, what it sort of looks like in terms of doing signal analysis. Using that same features of signal analysis, you can do other things like verifying your TDD interference. So that same tool can be used by actually identifying where you might have overlap within your TDD slots. And this, again, sort of shows you what that might look like. in terms of identifying where a frame is actually being interrupted because two locations are actually using the same slot at the same time. And then here's where the AI techniques come in. So what you would see is within our application, our processors are actually learning the signal environment and learning the modulation environment so that you can actually allocate and instantly know within your screen what those particular signals are, including down to what radio type it is. So if you're in a situation where you do see an interferer or you do see a signal that is unknown, you can use the machine to do that work for you. Thank you. And then ultimately what you're getting is an ability to do what we would call comparative and cooperative measurements, where the machine is actually going to collect the data and make decisions based on what it sees over time and geography in terms of location, as well as being able to capture other information from other adjacent sensors and develop an overall view of the spectrum environment. And specifically what that might look like is a proactive environment where you have multiple sites all looking for a particular type of activity that you can capture within what we call our Spectrum Surveyor tool and set up an alarm situation. And in that alarm situation, again, this just shows you how you would do it. You can capture it by frequency, frequency range, type of signal. You can ultimately determine based on the variance of the spectrum occupancy over time. You can capture that if there's any changes in spectrum occupancy, either in the negative direction or the positive direction. That might create an alarm. You're not expecting a signal there. You can also base it, again, this is using AI type techniques, on actual changes of modulation. So by using these kinds of features, you're able to actually identify when an event occurs that is not expected. And then once you identify the event, of course, you register it. You can actually geolocate it, capture the information for further analysis using the tools I mentioned to you before, or for evidentiary reasons. And then, as I said, geolocate it. So now, through this whole process, I've been describing what is ultimately capturing a significant amount of data within your monitoring environment. What are you going to do with that data? So what we did do, combined with the alarming tools that I mentioned to you before, is create what we call Spectrum Surveyor, which is all of the data that you're collecting within your monitoring environment. You need a place for that. And within that, you have a variety of different monitoring sensors, local devices. That can all be put into a platform that you then can use to do analysis over time, over geography, create your own dashboards, create your own environment so that you can do the analysis of the basic capabilities or basic environment within your country. And then, of course, do some detailed analysis. So that's, for the most part, my presentation. I think you know who TCI is in terms of our spectrum monitoring as well as our other applications. And thank you for your time.
Dear participants, you are cordially invited to lunch at the Hotel Restaurant, sponsored by Makedonsky Telecom and A1. Enjoy your meal, and we will reconvene in 1 hour.
look at yourself in the mirror sometimes and say, look, what am I doing? Why am I this way? You know, you need a kick in the ass once in a while. And lately, you really needed it. And I worry. I need it. I worry about you. Maybe it's all a goof, and you're just goofing when you're acting this way.
Welcome back. Kicking off our cybersecurity session, Mr. Sevdali Salmani from the Agency for Electronic Communications of the Republic of North Macedonia will explore cybersecurity challenges in 5G networks. His insights will illuminate the evolving threats and defenses in our connected world.
Dear Director, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sevdali Salmani. I'm head of National CERT as a separate unit in regulator AEC, and it's an honor to be in front of you today to present such an important subject, cybersecurity in 5G technology. I will be short with this presentations, and oops. So, why is important 5G cybersecurity in today's digital age? Because we know that 5G is the fifth generation of wireless communication, and it's a set of revolution of digital world when it comes to high speed and data transmission and low latency, as well as the ability to connect a vast of number of devices in the same time. The importance of 5G cybersecurity it stands by data protections, with its importance in not only in our country but in a whole in the world, with exponential increase in data transmission and the risk of the data breach and unauthorized access also in the same way raises. What else? IoT, Internet of Things security also is in a 5G. It's important because when it comes to IoTs, a lot of devices, sensors, cameras, etc., are connected, and by enabling this, the risk is high. Network security also is important in 5G cybersecurity. Unlike previous generation, the 5G relies on a software, and it is designed to be more open. Privacy concerns also is important because 5G network potentially track the locations more precisely, and this is concerns of the raising the privacy concern. And the least but not the last but not the least, it's national security, because as for example, operators tomorrow will be a part of critical infrastructure, and the services will rely on 5G networks, and any disruption of this networks or compromise of this networks could have a serious national security implications. Challenges in 5G security. There are some of challenging challenges in 5G security. For example, network slicing security. The biggest risk is misconfiguration or unauthorized access could compromise the entire network. Virtualization also security. Vulnerabilities in virtualized components, for example, hypervisors can lead to widespread the impact. Massive IoT security, weak authentication, lack of device updates, for example, can be a challenge. Also, and the supply chain risk also malicious or compromised components could introduce vulnerabilities, and this is the biggest challenge in nowadays. Edge computing security and authentication vulnerabilities, or for example, in 5G, the SIM or eSIM can use for our authentication, and weak authentication mechanisms can be exploited. You can see there are some threats. For example, authentication bypass, data interception, DDoS attacks, and malware or some ransomware attacks. For example, in authentication bypass, attackers impersonating legitimate users, or for example in data interception, deceptive tactics using mails or messages to trick users into revealing sensitive information. Mitigation for this, there are some mitigation strategies. For example, for network segmentations, it's one of the crucial mitigation with an action, for example, to isolate the critical components. For example, core network from access network can be a good starting point. Encryption also it's important because the transmission between data is it's important because for the exfiltration and so on. Access control also with action to limit unauthorized access with strong authentications and role-based access. Action also, for example, the monitoring and detection. Detect anomalies with implementing the CM or intrusion detection system also can help or mitigate this. And collaboration, this is important also. The industry collaboration between operators, for example, will improve and via addressing evolving threats. There are some standards in 5G security and the best practices. As you can see, we have a third generation partnership project, and they provide and develop 5G security specifications. Global System for Mobile Communication Associations, they provide some recommendations and guidelines for securing deployment. And National Institute of Standard also and Technology provide guidelines or framework for 5G security. And the last, but for us as a country, is important too, because our way and our road is to be a part of EU, and AEC is a EU Agency for Cybersecurity, and they provide reports. And today I will talk a brief about the toolbox 5G. The risk assessment report 5G toolbox highlights a number of important security challenges which are likely to appear or become more prominent in 5G networks. But these security challenges are mainly linked to increasing security concerns related to the availability and integrity of the networks, in addition to the confidentiality and privacy concerns. Key innovation also in 5G, in particular, the increased important role of software and the wide range of services and applications enabled by 5G networks, and the role of suppliers, which is important also in building the operating 5G networks, the complexity of the interlinkage between suppliers and operators and the degree of dependence on individual suppliers. Objectives on the 5G toolbox. The objectives of the toolbox are to identify the possible common set of measures which are able to mitigate the main cybersecurity risk of 5G networks. As they have identified in an EU coordinated risk assessment report, and to provide guidelines for the selection of measures which should be prioritized in mitigation plans and national at the union level. You can see now in table 1, you can see the risk categories and one scenario. And measures and mitigation plans. There are two types of measures. One is strategic measures, and the second one is technical measures. The measures presented in the toolbox are addressed to and for implementation by national and EU responsible authorities and agencies, each with their respective capacities and competences, which can range from regulatory oversight to their national security role. I can mention here as a technical measure, it's including the strengthening the security of 5G networks and equipment by reinforcing the security of technologies, processes, and people, and physical factors. The effectiveness of the technical measures in terms of risk mitigation will vary depending on a scope of the measures and the types of risk to be addressed. We, as a regulator, we are in the end of implementation. The strategic measure 006 S06 as part of the European toolbox for the operators, and for the soon we will have the request for this measure. And you can see its summary of the findings when we talk with the coordination risk assessment is based on a set of the standard 27005 risk assessment methodology, and reflects to the assessment of some set of parameters. And as you can see, the main types of threats posed in a 5G security, 5G networks, who is the main threat, who will be the main threat actors, the main assets or the degree of sensitivity, the main vulnerabilities, and the main risks, risk and related scenarios. It's a kind of new subject, I can say, 5G cybersecurity, but I think that it's important about the trust, about the privacy, and about the reliable services in our country. Thank you. If you have any question related to the 5G, if I know, I will answer now. If no, I can answer via email. Thank you.
Next, Mrs. Valentina Stadnik from the International Telecommunications Union will delve into enhancing North Macedonia's performance in GCI. Her presentation will focus on crucial cybersecurity metrics and improvements.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today in front of you. And I understand that for some of you, the subject might sound a little bit theoretical, especially after the wonderful presentation that we had just before myself. So to start, I would like to anchor this index and Global Cybersecurity Index and its recommendation into a real life example from our region and understanding of the IT Office for Europe. So, and here I would like to recall quite recent example of Ukraine and the attack that happened in December 2023 over the Kyivstar, which is the biggest telecom operator of Ukraine. So in that case, we had 24 million people affected, and the attack cost over €1 million damage. So this is something to keep in mind when we are discussing about some fundamental issues when it comes to bridging the gap and entering in a new era. Saying that, I would like to move to the Global Cybersecurity Index. And of course, it is not launched, as some of you already know, and everybody is waiting and Googling, yes. Glad to hear that and see that. But it's going to be launched soon. So we have a very detailed, but still unpublished snapshot of the situation for the North Macedonia. In this case, I just want to highlight for those who are not aware yet what the Global Cybersecurity Index is. It is a composite index that measures the key aspects of the state-level cybersecurity practices. And before I transition into the overview of the North Macedonia situation, I would like to kindly ask you to view this as a possibility to dive into the continuous cybersecurity improvement, rather than just to see it as just an index or a number. And of course, the disclaimer is please make a reference to the newly published index when it's going to be out, but for the rankings particularly. However, when it comes to the overall situation, we see a very interesting situation in the country. We do see that the legal measures and organizational measures are very strong. However, there are spaces for improvement when it comes to the cooperation, the capacity development, and the technical measures. Saying that, I would like to praise those who are in the room today for their great work, and it's seen right now on the graph. And due to yourself, we are kind of happy to see these developments on the infographic. And when it comes to a more detailed view on this key elements of the Global Cybersecurity Index, of course, the legal measures are one of the key and first ones that we think of. And as I just mentioned, you are doing great in this sense. However, there's always space for improvement. It's always space for doing a step more towards ensuring this cybersecurity readiness and preparedness, especially with the constantly evolving cyber threat landscape. When it comes to the technical measures, we saw that there is space for improvement, and in that sense, we believe that the CERT can benefit from additional affiliation to the different regional structures. And anchoring into the example that I shared before, we see great potential into the development of the sectorial CERTs and actually strengthening the links between the national and sectorial CERTs as well. And of course, using the international standards, recognized standards in cybersecurity when it comes to the technical measures. When it comes to the organizational measures, we believe that it is very important to have the responsible bodies who are cooperating with each other, who have a strong coordination mechanism, and at the same time have a very clearly defined roles. So this is something to also look at and think about. And of course, the areas for capacity development are also kind of here, because the capacity development touches upon different stakeholders, and the government and public authorities are among those as well. And of course, conducting the cybersecurity audits at the national level, it's also a must. So, and the capacity development one, since we're transitioning softly from one to another, we do think that this is one of the key aspects to look at, and this envisions everyone. And we are glad to have the regulators here in the room, but also we believe that you have the driving power to actually bring the rest of the ecosystem together to increase this overall knowledge and understanding and importance of the subject across the country. And here we are speaking about the capacity development not only for your people per se, for your teams, but also for the for the legislators, for the judicial actors, for private sector and public sector actors. So this would be important thing to think about. And also when it comes to the students, the vulnerable groups of population, this is also an area which should be actively explored and advanced on. And last but not least, the cooperation measures. As I said, it is really important to have a strong understanding at the national level of the importance, but also the actors who are willing to do something together. This implies not only the government authorities, but also, for example, strengthening the public-private partnerships, which can work amazingly and are working amazingly in some countries, and developing the interagency cooperations, signing more agreements, exposing yourself to international environment, and trying to do your best when it comes to the cooperation at the national and international levels. To sum up, we do see like a couple of major points to look at when it comes to the improvement, and it's the work. Like this is like a sum up of everything that I said, more or less. We see that the space for enhancing the cybersecurity legislation, implementation of the sectorial certs, the work to enhance and refine the strategies is always welcomed, and also take into account that 84% of population is currently online. Of course, the awareness campaigns are supposed to happen. And yeah, the last slide that I would like to show you is related to how ITU can support you and is already supporting you in some ways and forms to advance on your journey. And this includes the cyber drills. We were really happy to have the representatives of North Macedonia in UAE recently when we had the 3 Guinness World Records together. So we believe that it's not only for us, but it's also thanks to you and your presence there. And also we will have, please note for yourself, we hope this is going to be an interesting opportunity for you. We're going to have the regional cyber drill for Europe and Mediterranean in Bulgaria at the end of November, 26-29 November. And when it comes to the trainings and to different courses, of course, there are an endless amount of resources available freely on the ITU website. And these are also touching upon some guidelines for the cybersecurity strategy development. Channel line protection, it is always on our agenda. We are advancing in a region with a lot of activities in that sense, but we believe there is always space for more. And something that is not here on a slide, but that is also important, is one of our initiatives, which is called Her Cyber Tracks. The deadline was extended until the 24th of May, and it covers 3 different areas, 3 different tracks. And for those who are here, it's particularly targeted for women, of course, in the sector. But for those who are here and would like to join, I'd be more than happy to involve you in this activity. It targets the policy and diplomacy cyber track, the incident response cyber track, and the criminal justice one. So please use the opportunity and also spread the word for those who might be interested in this. So thank you so much.
Mr. Virgilijus Stunzia from Lithuania will share his experiences with measures to combat scam in Lithuania. Learn about effective strategies that have been implemented to protect consumers and businesses alike.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for invitation to this excellent opportunity to visit Macedonia and excellent opportunity to participate in this great event. And first of all, I would like to react on the first session. Yes, sorry, I can't believe to Jane. Yeah. Regarding the quality of service, since I am involved in quality of service evaluation since 2003, I would like to correct here and to tell that you in Macedonia have at least 3 winners. 3 winners, yes. For me, this figure shows that both your operators are excellent, providing excellent quality for your Macedonian end users, and they are getting gold medals. It's my opinion. And please guess who will get the platinum medal. I believe that platinum medal belongs for your end users, of course, because we both and your operators and all stakeholders, we have been working for end users, yes, for end users. And this presentation, my presentation, this will be also about end users. And it will be our recent measures which we have been done in Lithuania. All stakeholders consisting of public institutions, communication regulatory authority, police, and Lithuanian banks, and all other private sector institutions like post offices, banks, and I don't know, many of them are involved in this issue. And this is understandable that we noticed that the amount of scam and the victims of scam in Lithuania started to increase. And in 2003, we started to make some let's say, real measures, including some legal measures, obligatory measures, and also some measures, voluntary measures, together with stakeholders, together with our operators, to decrease to decrease this amount of scams, and of course to protect our end users. And I will speak in my presentation about measures of public institution and service providers. And since we have got recently we have got the statistics about this scam prevention, and of course, if we have a time, I will be ready to answer. First of all, I would like, I'm proud, I'm glad to say that the first measure which we did together with our ISPs and our public institution, it's a national cybersecurity center. Our national cybersecurity center introduced such a DNS filtering tool. It means it filters all harmful links to harmful internet links, and since 2003 summer, all our Lithuanian ISPs, which consist of, I think, approximately 100 stakeholders, they are obliged to be connected to this tool. It means if any end users attempts to access such harmful internet links, it gets such just announcement in Lithuanian language that this website is blocked since it is harmful. And it's below you can see a statistics that, for instance, in the last quarter of 2023, approximately more than 7,000 attempts of end users access of harmful internet links used to be blocked, and in 2024 per day it happens per day. And also we have such indications from our stakeholders that now it may be like a joke, our Lithuanian Post told this joke, that every day we are getting such complaints by telephone, complaints from their users asking why we are not providing them access to their availability to get parcels. You know, now in Lithuania it's very popular to have these remote lockers and just putting some provider just putting some code and you are going to locker and taking a parcel. And our Lithuanian Post after that responding and asking this complaining people, did you order anything? They are telling, not, but we want to take it. You understand the point? So social engineering works well, but by such measure, we believe that it's one of the best things what we have done, because regardless of the source, it could be such a, let us say, links used to be provided by SMSs, by social, let us say, social media, by websites, but since the reporting systems, the system works Swift. It works in such a way like end users can report to this National Cybersecurity Center and to give a reference, and within a few minutes we are just checking if it's justified or not, and we are quickly, swiftly include into the blocked links list, and this is automatically become this measure works swiftly. We believe that this is a good measure which really works. And second one, of course, it's a big problem. I believe it's also a problem in Macedonia. It's the spoofed numbers. Now in Lithuania we have an obligation for our operators that they should to block numbers calls coming from foreign operator which has the Lithuanian code. Lithuanian code is 370, and if it belongs to fixed numbering range, such a call shouldn't reach end user, should be blocked. Secondly, operator should also check in common database if call is coming either from foreign or from Lithuanian operator, but is still not assigned by us, by Communication Regulatory Authority. If it means it shouldn't be alive, they also should block such numbers. And last and not the least measure, and we believe it also works, that for mobile operators we have such an obligation before sending the foreign call sending to end users, they should check if end user is still in, for instance, in Lithuanian territory. So if they are checking in their database that the real end user is in Lithuanian territory, but on the same number is coming from foreign operator, they should block. So by these measures, we believe we are decreasing number of spoofed calls in Lithuania, and I would like to mention that this is obligatory. This is obligatory measure. It's for all operators. And of course about SMSs, and this is maybe the most controversial measure which we have been done, but we think that this measure is working well, that we have such a, we know that in many cases now SMSs inside exist also exist harmful internet links, yeah, and according our regulation and according our law, now it's allowed to operators to filter harmful internet links, of course, taking into account that this is done by, of course, I shouldn't complain anymore. If this filtering is done by Jane, yes, it means just machinery. This filtering is allowed to be done by operators, let us say, database and system. It's not allowed that it is done by human. But by the way, and this is also obligatory. We have a legislation in Lithuania, and we send this legislation for our personal data protection agency. We had with them quite interesting discussion, but finally they agreed, and we thought that it is in line with European and Lithuanian legislation. And second measure that, for instance, of course, operator checks the links, and if the link is already included in this blacklist, which I mentioned before, they are blocking this SMS. They are simply do not sending this for end users. But for instance, if they are also recognizing this link as possibly fraudulent, they are sending this SMS for end user, but at the same time, they should send the following SMS for end users, just warning them that this SMS could be fraudulent. And of course, we have also other measure implemented in Lithuania. It is also obligatory for operators, but for voluntary for some businesses which used to be sent. In Lithuania, any business, for instance, post or bank or also public institution could agree with our operators on features of the SMSs which they recognize as they are good, as they are good. And if this SMS doesn't conform this feature, operators also are obliged to block such SMSs. And we implemented this measure, I think, at the second half of previous year. And I don't know, unfortunately, only 3 our businesses are registered in Lithuania up to now. All Lithuania, 3 businesses which frequently used to send SMS, they agreed with operators' features, and some results we have, and I will show. It works. Also, it works, and we hope, we believe that other Lithuanian or other businesses will join to this system and to the, let's say, such services like announcements from banks or from post offices or for some public institutions will be protected more. Oh, sorry. So, and as I promised, I'm just giving a statistic. In Lithuania, just for the knowledge, we have 3 major operators. Our market is, let's say, interpersonal communication market is divided to 3 mobile operators. And here I'm sharing the statistics of one of mobile operator, just to understand how problem is big. It's just for comparison. This operator implemented this scammed calls filtering in its system, and it implemented this system in the second half of 2023, and it blocked, for instance, this international calls in the last quarter of 2023 is 233. Above 233,000, and within the first quarter of 2024, you see 2,500,000. And this is, I think, this is just a number, but for understanding, it is almost 30% of all international traffic. It's a big problem. It's a big problem, and we think that this works well and this protects well regarding decreasing scamming and protection of end users. And as I already told, that three content SMS senders are connected to the system up to now, and this operator announced that that within the first quarter of 2024, it blocked 36,000 of SMSs which haven't correspond to these agreed features. Yes, only of three of these businesses. And just for understanding how many we have fault blockings, and so this operator also provided that within the last quarter of 2023, it obtained 0 complaints, and in 2024, the first quarter, just 3 complaints regarding of blocking such not well-defined calls or SMSs. So it means that it works well, and the number of complaints shows that it is lower and the system works well, and by these measures we believe we are protecting our end users from scamming. That's all. Thank you very much. If you have some questions, please ask. Okay, do you? No.
To conclude this session, Mr. Alexander Achev from DAI will discuss resilience of critical infrastructure. His talk will underscore the importance of robust infrastructures in mitigating cyber threats and ensuring continuity.
Good day, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and to say thank you to the director of AEC, Mr. Yeton Akiku, and his team for the opportunity to be part of this event, first time as a guest, and many times in the past as part of the organizing team. It's been now more than 1 year since I've moved on from AEC and from MKD CERT to become part of a regional program funded by USAID on critical infrastructure, digitalization, and resilience, where I work as senior regional cybersecurity advisor. So when I was talking with my colleagues on proposing topics for this event so that we apply for presentation, we discussed it a lot, but what we ended up is with a presentation or an overview of activities that our program, as a donor-funded program, regional program, as well as other projects and initiatives that are internationally supported, are doing in the region. And these activities are tightly related with the challenges that operators of critical infrastructure, also regulators and authorities within sectors that are of high criticality are facing each and every day. So these activities are divided, or we divided into 5 different domains, including legislation, then governance, human resource management, also technical domain, and of course, last but not least, the aligning cybersecurity efforts of the operators of critical infrastructure to the business goals of the company. These all domains or activities to mitigate or challenges that operators are facing are with the same goal, and that is to prepare organizations to act more promptly and more securely, more prepared to when they would face future cyber attacks. When it comes to preparedness to face future cyber attacks, or I would say being more resilient to future cyber attacks, 3 sectors usually stand out not just in Macedonia, but also in the whole region, and those are the financial or the banking sector, the energy sector, and the electronic communications critical sectors within each of the countries in the region, and also outside of the region. So I would start now with the legal domain and the challenges that operators and also regulators and authorities and even the governments in the region are facing, and also to showcase some examples of what is being done as in a form of an intervention or activity. Some of you might find interesting or can connect with some of the challenges, but also some of you may find the interventions and activities useful also for your organizations, or something that you can initiate or implement within your own company. Of course, having legal framework in place is of utmost importance for each and every country in the region, and being compliant with not just what is set out in national laws, but also to comply or to be in line with international laws and regulations, whether it's the GDPR or the NIS version 1 and version 2, or the communication code, as well as other regulations. Another thing that we find challenging and can be improved, of course, is taking into account third-party risks and basing cybersecurity activities and initiatives within the company on a risk-based approach. So risk-based approach to cybersecurity is the one that we see most often being implemented as initiative and activity to improve the cyber resilience of an operator of critical infrastructure. And the third paragraph here, or the third most prominent challenge, is the existence or non-existence of legal framework for incident response, and actually incident response preparedness from legal point of view, meaning the lack of legal obligations for reporting incidents, or lack of sending out of obligation to send out breach notifications and communication of operators of critical infrastructure, as well as regulators and sector level authorities with the law enforcement. The next slide shows a recent review that we did when it comes to the national cybersecurity strategies. We have here on the slide 3 countries, North Macedonia, Albania, and Kosovo. Of course, in Macedonia's case, this review was done based on the latest draft version of the cybersecurity strategy, and this is one of the this slide also showcases some of the challenges that the region faces. Some countries more, but some less. It's a good thing that Kosovo and Albania have enacted and have continuous active cybersecurity strategies, and also have dedicated laws on information and cybersecurity, whereas in our country, the legal framework is still not complete. Law and strategy are still in draft versions. So this shows the challenge of actually having, I would say, a higher goal, or higher goal, and that is to work together as a society and as a country to improve the cybersecurity within the country on each and every level, and it starts from the legislation. The yellow rows actually represent aspects from the NIS2 directive that can be improved within all of these 3 countries, and those are related to cyber to supply chain security, but also to cybersecurity certification. These two are very important, and we see, and I do believe that improvements in legislation in these two areas on national level can further improve the resilience of the operators of critical infrastructure and the countries themselves, because more and more attacks are expected to focus on using vulnerabilities and on compliance, especially with these two aspects. The governance domain is all about operationalizing cybersecurity efforts within the company or on company level, including developing policies, having risk assessments and vulnerability assessments and risk management process in place, implementing or establishing information security management systems within the companies, and also incident response planning. Some of the examples of activities that can support improvements within the companies and also related to the challenges are some of the activities and initiatives that we that the CIDR program, but also other donors are supporting our beneficiaries, the beneficiary being a company or a regulator or a government body. So you can see here examples that, for example, CIDR is supporting Ministry of Agriculture in Macedonia and the energy sector operators in Moldova with implementation or review and improvement of existing information security management system, starting from asset identification and asset management, going through vulnerability assessment, developing or reviewing all the policies and procedures that should be in place. During the assessment phase, what we see very useful is that each and every company can actually do self-assessment, and you have several different types of self-assessment or assessment frameworks related to information security and cybersecurity, including the C2M2 model, also Octave Allegro, and NIST CS cybersecurity framework. These all are open source, so I encourage you to go through these links, and if you're not already familiar with these, to read and learn more about these. The human capacity and expertise domain, it's all about people. You know the saying that is repeated all the time, and that is the people are the weakest chain in the are the weakest link actually in the cybersecurity chain. So it's all about trainings and awareness raising, something that we see as a need on national level, but also on organizational level. One good example is what AEC and MKD CERT are doing, and that's the learning management system that I believe has already trained more than 25 or even 30,000 public servants. So this as an activity is being, I would say, copied and proposed also to other countries. At the moment, our program is doing similar thing for Montenegro with their Ministry of Public Administrations. We also, when it comes to capacity building and training, one of the activities that we supported last year and hope to continue supporting in the future is organizing the national coordination cyber drill together with AEC and MKD CERT. We are also focusing, as well as other donors in the region, are focusing on capacity building for the regulators, but also for the operators of critical infrastructure, but by offering different kind of specialized trainings and TTXs. The technical domain, on the other hand, is includes the challenges that companies face when they need to update their technical measures and controls in order to be relevant and to protect them well from ever-evolving threats and attacks. When it comes to regional support activities to counter these challenges, for example, we in Albania are supporting their regulator with organizing pen tests to gain better visibility of current vulnerabilities. Also in Kosovo, we are supporting the government with incident response service, and also there are other donor programs and currently active program within the region that supports national or government certs or C-certs in the region when it comes to rapid response or rapid incident response activities. Now, when it comes to specifically for the sector for electronic communications, or the subsector, as it is stated in the NIS2 directive, there are new obligations set out in each of the member states, EU member states. As I previously said, the draft version of the law, as well as the strategy here in the country, we're supposed to transpose the requirements from the NIS2 directive into the national legislation. This is an ongoing process, and I really do hope that it will be restarted or continued from where it stopped, so that the country catches up with all the other countries in the region. When it comes to the electronic communications critical subsector, support and cooperation is still very low on regional level, I would say. The sector is not being involved in much of, I would say, coordinated support and coordinated support activities by the international donor community. Some of these are, here is a list of some of the proposed activities that we at the CIDR program are working together with Mr. Akiku and his team at AEC to develop activities that would deal with the challenges that the regulator has, and to support regulators' activities when it comes to security and integrity of public electronic communication networks services, operationalizing the assessment part and compliance of operators when it comes to using trusted vendors and suppliers, and also when it comes to identifying high-risk vendors that the agency, according to the law, is doing. So that would be it for me. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you found some of these initiatives interesting for your organization, I will be here at the conference also tomorrow, and during today we can have a talk. We can discuss of the possibilities for cooperation. Thank you.
you need a kick in the ass once in a while. And lately, you really needed it. And I worry. I need it. I worry about you. Maybe it's all a goof, and you're just goofing when you're acting this way.
Welcome back. Continuing the session, we have Mr. Cyril Vassant from Keysight on how to improve cybersecurity efficiency.
Hi everyone. Thanks to be here because some people are already in the swimming pool, I think. And sorry for my French accent. So the deal between you and me, it's my presentation must be 15 minutes, but because you are there, I will try to reduce to 10 minutes. So try to listen carefully what I would like to share with you. Okay? So what is important today? We spend a full day to try to speak about requirement, norms, compliance, and so on. We are not a security provider, but we are a provider. And our goal is to try to improve the security level of company. Okay, so even if you put in place some norm and standard, you need to do some control, some assessment to be sure you are compliant with the level of security you are thinking. So what is important today? We are in the... Okay. So what is important today? We are in the connected world. So because workload and application are all connected, you need to trust anyone. So because you are doing business, the supply chain, you are not alone. So if someone's doing something bad, it's not good for everyone, okay? So what can we do? So as a provider, as Keysight, perhaps you know the company, our goal is to help a company or manufacturer to improve their level of security or the level of the tools they are providing to the market. So what is important to understand? We are a company coming from HP, so we were a spin-off of HP. We are doing 6 billion. So we are not a small company. So what is important to do is we are working in the backstage, in the lab, to try to help customer to provide new and efficient solutions. So it is interesting to see, today we are speaking about 5G, but we are already working on 6G. We are already working on automotive car. We are already working on quantum computing. But the topic of today is to focus on network and cloud, because regarding your level of security, your application, your workload are moving to the cloud, so you need to trust the first layer, what we speak to this morning, until the level 7, the communication and the level of application. So our goal is to try to improve the confidence with the level 7 of your security. Many people speak about that, but the risk today is between people, process, and technology. So as you know, even if you invest on the best solution of the planet, if someone receives an email and click on it, perhaps it will be a nightmare. So you need to train people and to be sure everyone know what is in doing, because you can put in trouble all the company. Second point, we have improved process. So we are moving from DevOps to DevSecOps. So today, when you would like to release an application, you are put in place some security assessment before to go to the production. The last point, but not the least, I'm a provider, so we are trying to provide a new technology based on machine learning, on artificial intelligence. So each time you are adding a new layer of security, and you are thinking you are safer or you are protected. But in fact, when you are a CISO, you are in front of that. So you need to select between 5 to 20 of this technology, and to be confident, technology are working together in the right way and you are protected. It's very, very difficult. Let's imagine if you are CISO tomorrow, you are in front of that, and someone is trying to tell you this security solution is more powerful than the previous one. So what we are trying to do is to try to help CISO and company and manufacturer and provider to assess what they have already buy, to be sure it's efficient. What is important? Sorry, doesn't matter. There is an animation. So the slide behind, it's regulation on norms about IoT. So as you know, if tomorrow you buy an IoT tools, you are thinking because the manufacturer is behind, the IoT device is safe or is protected, but in fact not. Even if there are a lot of norms about IoT, it costs too much to put in place a security process regarding this device or trying to update IoT device. So pay attention, even if you have norms, you have some regulation in place, it's not compulsory. If it's not compulsory, perhaps the provider don't invest to secure the device, okay? But it was not the topic, it's just to share a warning. Someone speak about IoT and on 5G and so on. So IoT device, it's interesting, but it's not always safe. The most important part is the Cyber Resilience Act on NIST 1 moving to NIST 2. So that's a good opportunity to assess again the level of security of company. So today, the NIST 2 implementation is not released in all countries. So for example, in France, it will be at the end of this year. But it's interesting to see the spectrum on the number of companies who need to be compliant with NIST 2 is bigger and bigger, and it's a good opportunity also to have some budget to try to assess the reality of your security, and don't trust, try to assess, to check if your level of security is good enough. What we can do for you, and that's the value proposition of Keysight, we have a team. And this team is focused on application on threat intelligence. So you need to know your adversary. So what we are trying to do is to replicate or to help you to replicate an adversary behavior. So with our threat intelligence, we are able to say, okay, dear customer, if you would like to challenge your IT, I'm able to become an hacker and try to tell you if you are vulnerable or not, okay? So with this kind of knowledge, we are able to have split the 4 use cases. So what is interesting to see, we have 4 use cases. Some are in pre-production, some are about training, and the last one is about you are in production and you would like to assess your security. Our credibility is based on security providers like Fortinet, Palo Alto, Cisco. I don't know if you are familiar with this kind of provider. So today they are using our technology in their lab to try to do some benchmark to provide you a data sheet. But as you can see, it's always a dilemma between security and user experience, because in the left case, it's public, so it's not confidential. In the left case, if you don't put in place so many controls, you are more efficient, you are able to manage much more data. If you would like to put in place more control, more security, the user experience will be not so nice. So each time we have a dilemma, you need to select between performance and usability. And even if the datasheet of the provider said, okay, you are protected, perhaps your implementation inside your organization is not exactly the same as Fortinet inside their lab. So it's important to put in place norms, things, but you need to assess and control if you are efficient or not. Second use case, it's important to see after the COVID, now we would like to access to any application from anywhere. So the architecture of organization is moving from a silo organization to a distributed organization. So it's important also to be able to validate at early stage your application is efficient regarding usability and security. So we are able to validate from different endpoints around the world to say, okay, this new architecture will be efficient, and I'm able to manage availability and security both together. So some marketing people are trying to use zero trust, or SASE model, but it's important, even if you are confident with your provider, to assess the real level of performance of this kind of new architecture. That's an interesting thing. It's even if you have the best SOC team on the planet, it's like an athlete, you need to be trained. So what we are able to provide, one more time with the threat intelligence team, we are able to provide some content to challenge red team and blue team to say, okay, we will provide to you a gamification process. So you are able to say, okay, I will try to do some attacks. And are you able with forensics to see what's happened in your system? So it's important to do it in a proactive way. Don't wait for the CERT or someone to help you to detect and respond very quickly. So if you are trained, you are able to see what could be happened if an hacker is trying to go inside your system. So what we are doing, we are providing the part to be able to do the attack. On the back end, it's your architecture, so it's your system, it's your tooling, so you are able to be trained on a real environment, looks like a production environment. It's not exactly the same, but it's similarity with tools. The last point, but not the least, this use case is to try to do, or to hack yourself. The guy just before said, with NIS2, we need to do pen test. But most of the time, people are doing pen test 1 or 2 times per year. So what's happened in between? So what we are able to do, it's because we have the content or the knowledge to do a safe attack simulation. We are mimic a real attack. We don't destroy nothing. We crypt nothing, but we are trying to assess your level of security to say, okay, are you able to detect? Are you able to protect your system in the real life in production? And what is interesting in this use case, the last use case, if you would like to assess your level of security with NIS2, we are able to comply with the last 4 points with this kind of tool. So my recommendation, it's important to try to follow rules and regulation, norms and standards. It's important to trust your security, all security provider, but please assess it. You need to assess your level of security, because even if you have a good system to detect and response, it's most of the time too late. It's most of the time too late. That's all on my side. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dragan Mushkinya, as a representative of any TRA, is next with his presentation about benchmarking for 3GPP-compliant mission-critical applications.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Let me see whether I can adjust this. Well, not exactly cybersecurity, but almost there. Well, let's focus on the communication, critical communication part. This event actually is held at the same time in the critical communication world in Dubai. So it was very nice to address a little bit about the critical communication. Also, critical communication and wireless communication itself are kind of our DNA as a company. So we also strive to pioneer in that area. And for that account, we will be, for example, becoming one of the first commercial entities capable of measuring SDIP 28 compliant zoning, let's say, facilities. So we also provided some of the benchmarking vehicles that Agency for Electronic Communication already using, both of them parked outside. But also we have provided a drive test system for broadcasting technologies to Macedonian National Broadcasting Company, which provides a drive test to all of the broadcasting technologies simultaneously, and also can be used as a fixed measuring system. But let's dive into the actual topic of this presentation. What is mission critical or MCX? It stands for mission critical voice, mission critical data, and mission critical video. Of course, the main users of this application would be public safety and critical infrastructure organizations. Also, there is an outlet of this idea to the business, which is business critical communication. Most of the presentations regarding the 5G for verticals actually touched a little bit on that topic. Well, last time I was here presenting and I mentioned Tetra, I lost half of the audience, so I would not do that. But then again, traditional mission-critical applications which are on the narrowband side are kind of fading away. 3GPP did not went into devising new standards for narrowband communication. So everything is data-driven and going into the 4G, 5G part. And can you hear me? And of course, for this networks, reliability is almost vital. It's crucial because for the applications which these networks are to be used, the reliability is the number one. So, in order to get reliable networks, you have to always rely on continuous testing to be sure that they are performing as they should, and that you can get the most of these networks in situation of crisis. So, most of the work for standardization of this network has already been done by 3GPP, starting from release 12 and finalizing somewhere around release 15. In all of these releases, all the models for prioritization and call establishing have been developed, as well as all the key performance indicators which are needed for successful testing of this network. So once you went through the whole ordeal of creating your own 5G network or working with a mobile provider as a virtual mobile provider, once you solved the issues of end-to-end encryption and hardening all the base stations, then benchmarking itself is quite easy. But we as a company cooperate with Rohde Schwarz on this topic, and therefore the rest of the presentation would kind of have a little bit of their flavor. So a little diversion from the main topic into the idea of changing a little bit the paradigm of benchmarking. So far, agencies were oriented on benchmarking to drive test. It's all outdoor. But then again, in many cases, the critical situations and crises are happening in indoors, in malls, in shopping centers, in cinemas, and all that. So at least for the places where you have a significant aggregation of people, indoor measurements are very important, because of course 5G, 4G network, and especially 5G network perform differently in indoor because you have smaller base stations, you have less computational capabilities there. Network slicing is a little bit different. So for this account, if you are trying to benchmark a mission critical network, not only outdoor benchmarking is important, but also indoor benchmarking as well. It's basically all of this testing evolves around three main parameters, which segregate the mission critical networks from the rest of the pack. The first would be, of course, the preemption and prioritization testing. Of course, your first responders, your public safety teams would need to have priority over the normal users in case of security crisis. So that is very important part. The second part is pretty much similar to what we are already doing with the normal benchmarking, testing the voice call and call establishment priorities and setup times. And also, of course, there are some also specific KPIs that needs to be taken in account, especially considering that you have like situation that you are using push-to-talk over 5G or over LTE. Of course, you would need to have a functional mission-critical application server. And I'm not talking about mission-critical over-the-top application, but server essentially embedded into the 4G, 5G core of the operator. So a little bit on the theory side, 3GPP recognizes four models of packet prioritization. Two of them are not too much of a concern of a benchmarking because one of them is providing bearer access class or bearer class for the user, which is stored in the SIM card or USIM card. The second one is on the EPS core level, which actually provides you 15 levels of packet prioritization. What is critical for measuring it's the quality of service and packet prioritization in the network. So 3GPP has defined four general quality of service class identifiers, which are basically ones allowing the priority of mission critical data from the rest of the data. 65, 67 are the first one to be and 69 are the first one to be developed. And then of course there's the QCI 70, which is developed in release 15 and relates to the mission critical video. But it's very important for you during the benchmarking to capture this, because you would know that, and you will be certain that the application that you are benchmarking has the highest priority over the rest of the packet data. The second thing is, of course, establishing a voice call. And measuring the parameters of voice call establishment, which should comply to the 3GPP compliance. We're not talking about 1 second establishment of call. We're talking in milliseconds. So 500 milliseconds is the highest time available. Also, you will catch the successful rate and generally things related to that kind of call. Of course, outside of the server, you need to have two end users, one initiating and one receiving the call for the call to be established and also measured. Also very crucial to pick up the key performance identifier. One of them, of course, being the call establishment time, which is the time in which the call has been established, whether it's a group call or it's a point-to-point call. But also very important is to get the information from the signaling, giving the floor, actually giving the priority and to the user, because the floor granted equals the push-to-talk on your phone. So when you initiate a push-to-talk call, the system needs to provide you the adequate, let's say, mechanism for that push-to-talk call to be established, and this is also measured. Now, that's about it. Thank you, thank you very much. I believe I was brief. So next.
Mr. Filip Simeonov from CPP Services, with his presentation titled 5 Techniques to Detect Hacking Attacks. Use Cases.
Do you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the organization. I know it's delayed. I will be very fast in order to to follow my presentation and to share my experience about the attacks which we are faced in the previous period. So I would like to share my experience and how you use the techniques that can help you in order to detect the hacking attacks in their starting. I'm Filip Simeonov. I'm CEO and founder of CPP Services, member of InfoSoft Group, and I'm a long time in cybersecurity. So I passed everything from security, SOC analyst, penetration testing, hacking, everything which is related with cybersecurity. So I have a lot of experience, and I'd like to share my experience and my knowledge with all other guys, because I want to invest in people and invest and to share my knowledge with the young people, and that's the reason why our team is very young but very strong. So I will not spend a lot of time in this introduction. This presentation will start with why we need SOC services and what is the SOC services and why we need SOC services, because a lot of technology we are hearing every day, a lot of data we have in our environment, and we have a lot of information that cannot be processed, cannot be read. So we know the lack of resources, that the main issue that we have all companies, organization. So in that meaning, we want to centralize this solution, and this is called a Security Operations Center, or SOC center, that can be aggregated, all the services, all the data, where our SOC analysts, where our experts can have this wall of monitors, and in the front of them will analyze and will read all the data into their system. So convergent services is very important in this moment, because engineering and operation can be separated, because the operation is responsible for the detection and for reaction of cyber attacks, but engineering is to develop and to maintenance this security operation center. Also, what is important, SOC as a service, because you have available team with cybersecurity expertise, because they knows how to detect and how to recognize that some suspicious activity happened over there, or some maybe hacking attacks is happen in our network, or maybe in our external network. So also it cannot be bypassable. Why I'm said it cannot be bypassed? Because there is no agent, there is no any I don't know software, everything. You have people who will recognize and who will detect some suspicious activity. This is why it's important song for your environment, because you will have a 24/7 monitoring and proactivity in their activity. Also, why it's important to know to have in your team, in your security operations center, knowledge of TTPs. These are tactics, techniques, and procedures. These are the three main topics that hackers use in order to gain access in your network and to exfiltrate your data or lock your data with ransom. And after that, you will have the problem with your validity and productivity. Also, the important thing that the people who works in the security operations center is thinking out of the box. This is not by the book scenarios. This is not by the book activity. Always hackers do like we cannot. So always I am saying that the main thing that you have to be one step before a hacker. Also, the team should be following the hacking news, following the new vulnerabilities, following the patches, everything that is related with some potential vulnerability or weakness in order to be used for from hackers. I will explain on short how it works one hacking attacks and how they do in their procedure or their process. We have reconnaissance. They investigate you, they scanning your people, your services, your assets, in order to see what services are open, what ports are open, how your people are trained about to recognize the cyber threats, and everything which is exposed on the internet, for example, in order to see what is your hole or what is your vulnerability in order to use and to gain access to your system. After that, when they found what they need, they started with weaponization. They prepared the attack. They prepared the attack, and in order to be undetectable and to be undetectable in order to use to gain access and in order to use your vulnerability. After that, they delivered the malware or attack, and started with exploitation. When the exploitation finished, installation process is started with installation some malware or some process in your system in order to provide persistence in your system and to be always undetectable in your system. And they have unlimited time to stay there and to wait when is the best moment to start with the ransom exfiltration in order to hack your system. And always APT groups, I will speak on the next slide, always they communicate with command and control center, where the commands coming from to your network. And action of objectives is the last steps of the hacking attack, where the ransom is activated, or data is filtrated, or your data is wiped. So, what is the APT group? I mentioned before. APT group is the most popular now because they are performing the attacks, and this is a prolonged and target cyber attack in which an intruder gain access to a network and remains undetected for extended period, because hackers have unlimited time and they can exfiltrate the data, and if you don't recognize, if you don't detect this communication, but I know that usually it's happened because there are a lot of IPT groups stay in the networks, but no one detected because they have some network traffic, but analysts or I don't know, network security engineers think that this is a regular traffic, and when they prepared, they started with that. And that's important to know. Every security department, every IT department, to know tactics, techniques, and procedures that are used from the hackers. If you want, you can see all the groups, APT groups, on this website, and to see each group which tactics, techniques, and procedures used in their attack and in their activities. You can check this group and to see, and if you learn these tactics and techniques procedures, you will create your defense and set up the system. How can you recognize and how can you detect if some suspicious activity happen in your network and systems? This is some of the APT group. I divide some of the most popular tactics that are used from IPT groups. That's reconnaissance, initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, credential access, lateral movement, exfiltration. This is the most important tactics that are used from APT groups, but there are a lot of tactics, and they are grow up with the tactics, but this is the one of the main tactics. About the techniques, what they are used when they get in your network, there are account discovery, account manipulation, active vulnerability and serving, scanning, brute force, password spraying, malware. You have to create your defense based on these techniques and tactics in order to detect in the start position, because maybe you will never defend from the hacking attacks, but you have to catch on the start and to isolate on the start point. About the procedures, they are using a lot of procedures. One of the main procedures are phishing campaign, vulnerabilities using brute force attacks, malicious files and websites, leaked data credential, because a lot of leaked data credential that our employees, that our people use the same password for the email, corporative email and private mail, and maybe the private mail will be leaked, and after that we'll use on the corporate email, and this is one of the main reasons that the hacking attacks is successful, because some of our people is not aware about these weaknesses. So about the solution, we have a lot of solutions that can be defended, but you know that all the solution can be provided defense, but from the people defense, it's only security trainings. So you can implement full network visibility, you can implement centralized solution, endpoint detection, XDR, SOAR, and defense in depth approach is the most important thing that you can provide and you can achieve in your network. What is mean defense in depth approach? You have you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 layers in defense that you have to provide if you have a critical infrastructure and you have very critical systems. This is perimeter security. In all of the layers, you have a lot of tools that you can implement in order to cover this layer. So, what is mean defense? If the hacker managed to bypass the perimeter security, you will have network security. If the network security will be bypassed, you have endpoint security. But I'm very sure that if the hacker will not be detected on the first, second, he will be detected on the third layer. Maybe he will, but now in this I think that there was in this time. I think that the network security and network detection response is the most popular and the most effective solution that cannot be bypassed, because there is no agent and you have full visibility of your network traffic. It can be, and all the lateral movements and malwares and shellcodes will be detected directly from your network. This is a very important thing. So I will pass 5 techniques and tactics that you in your company can be follows in order to detect in time if some suspicious activity happen. The first one is multiple failed login attempt. If you found that on your system or on your CM solution or on EDR solution that multiple failed logins happen, especially on administrator accounts. This looks like from event viewer. Not unlocked, because we are faced with some cases that the attack was successful because the one administrator unlocked the other administrator because he mean that the administrator forgot the password and made failed logins. And after that, the attack was successful. That's the reason why we said recommendation that you have to temporarily block the block all administrator accounts which performs failed logins attempts and investigate what is the source address from where a request coming in and to investigate it or isolate it at the moment. The second one, and porter service scan from internal network, especially for SMB service, because you know ransomware attacks especially is spreading through the SMB, and when some hackers gain access to your network, he will try to scan all the machines, to reconnaissance all the live IP addresses in order to see what ports are open and what is their SMB service open in order to start with spreading the ransom or malware in your network. So that's the reason why we recommend to review internet network traffic in regular time and detect source IP address from scanning the scan coming from. So if you detect that some PC perform port scan, service scan, especially SMB, that is the case that should be investigate or isolate the PC. The number 3 is create scheduled task in internal PC. This is tactics for hackers to perform persistence in your network. This is very important thing that I think that 99% from malwares do it, because if you restart the PC, the scheduled task is up and persistence is still here. So if you found that some scheduled task is created without your knowing, you have to investigate and to isolate the PC or investigate for what purpose is created this task. The number 4 tactics is create a new account with admin privileges. If you are administrator or security, you have to have a work solution in order to know that someone is created admin account in your domain controller or in your PC. So always review all admin accounts and create the procedure how it can be created admin accounts in your network. And the last the last but not the least is number 5, clear event logs. What hackers do always when they finish with their job, they started with clear logs. But it's very important that Windows systems and Linux systems create event when event logs will be deleted, and this can be transferred to our CM solution and to getting one alert from the PC where the event viewer is deleted. So cybersecurity is never-ending story. Invested, yes, I know that there are a lot of investment, but you have to keep moving and to grow up your knowledge, to increase your development, and to share your experience and knowledge. And what should we do? This is red teaming process, enhanced visibility, threat intelligence, the most important thing that I think in this time all companies should have, security operations center, and zero tries on application level. Thank you very much for your patience, and have a nice day. If you have any questions.
This marks the end of the second session and today's agenda. Please note that buses will depart from the front of Hotel Inex Olgica at 16:30 for a sightseeing tour to Ohrid. For those not joining the tour, dinner is arranged at the restaurant Bilyanini Izvori in Ohrid starting at 19:30, sponsored by TCI. Buses to the dinner venue will depart from the hotel at 18:45.